All right, and welcome back, heroes. All right, we are back on the Sun Cleric. We have an hour and a half in order to get this guy up to as high as we can. We've got him geared. We're ready to rock and roll. We have, I think, just the last quests for here, and then we're out of here. Already, as I had been saying in the last stream, we're already way more powerful than the cultist was. I'm like by far more powerful than the cultist. Cultist so far as a spellcaster starting out. Granted, we only got to like level 13 with the cultist, but by far, I mean, it struggled. We missed a lot. I don't know if that's just because the Tauren is terrible as a race. I don't know. But we missed more often than any of the other classes so far. It did barely any damage until we got to level 10 or 11, where the damage finally did decently. And then, yeah, it was not good. This class so far, we're level 7, and we are just breezing through quests. I mean, it is crazy how easy this has been. Now, we did get a little bit of rested XP, so it won't be completely fair, but even taking that into account for the next hour and a half, I'm fairly confident that we're going to do much better, at least in terms of the cultist. Now, I'm sure the cultist would be fine as a melee DPS, but as a caster, it just didn't fit. There is a possibility that Devin might get on with us today. We don't know. I know he had a business meeting this morning. We played a little bit of Diablo when I first got up, just because I was trying to get him to help me with that. But when he had to go for his business call, I went and grabbed lunch, got stuff ready for the stream, all that fun stuff. And then we got to remember that while we're in Dawn, we actually do way more damage with our spells. Now, this early on, we kind of are a hybrid build. We need to leave Dawn because we don't have any energy left for it. There we go. That's probably the easiest I've ever taken that lady out. But yeah, hopefully Devin can get on. What I told Devin was what we were doing today was we were testing out a whole bunch of the spellcasters. So if he wanted to test out, because he's really partial to the melee builds, I was like, if you want to test out the melee builds, you're more than welcome to join me, and we can duo run them. But we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we're going to come grab these. This does take a little bit of time. We don't really need them. But the reason I want to grab them is just money. Helps us level a little bit easier when we're trying to get our skill points. Oh, there's that level 5 cultist right there. It's nice. So that's at least one player we've seen in the wild. Granted, he was AFK, but that's at least one. Because when we first started this little challenge for ourselves and we were doing the Pyromancer and the Stormbringer, we didn't run into anybody. Now, granted, we didn't go into major towns, but we didn't run into anybody. So it was a little odd not running into people, but it is what it is. Okay. There's level 9. Or level 8. Sorry, level 8. Okay. Ooh. Oh, that's just the book. I don't care about the book. So there is one thing that I do. If you guys haven't seen my streams before, that I do every time, and you're gonna see me do this quite a bit today. Uh, when we leave the Valley of Trials, we actually go up to Razor Hill to pick up a couple quests to then come back down and do all of Sinjin Village plus a couple quests. So it just makes it a lot easier. One thing I am going to test today, if we get to that point during the hour and a half, is there is the Queen quest, and then there's another quest where you have to pick up bags for this goblin. So I'm actually going to pick up both of those quests at the same time and see if that helps. I had hoped that the cart was going to be here. It's right there. We will be able to get our mount, so that's a plus. Yes. Inspiravolk. That is 1,000% correct. In order for you to do your big damage, or if you are a tank for the Sun Cleric, I know you guys can't see chat. It's behind my head. But somebody in the game chat asked if I have to build solar power to use Dawn. Is that it? For the most part, yeah. I mean, that's 90% of this build. You want to use your skills to build up solar power, then use Dawn rather to proc bonus effects for each one. For example, Sunfire or Sunflare rather, when it procs a skill using solar power, it or sorry, actually I think it's based on the vow now, isn't it? Next instance of ability damage unleashes on the target, dealing 28 fire damage. Okay, yeah. So this particular, so that's how it works now. Okay, so this just allows us to do bigger versions of these, I think. But this is where you get the extra damage, or these are all still the same. They just use up solar power. We'll have to look into it. But either way, it feels like this class is doing way more damage than it used to. And what I think I'm going to do, instead of just coming up to this town, normally to pick up the 2 quests and then go to Sinjin, since we're waiting for the cart to come back, I'm going to go ahead and... that. There is one quest I forgot to pick up. We can pick up when we're back down in Sinjin. But like we can pick up a whole bunch of quests so that instead of teleporting or using the cart to come all the way up here, we can just run and complete quests on the way. Does that lead me up and out? No. Okay. That was a little bit of waste of time. I'd hoped that it was going to lead us outside, and it's just a path that I had missed, but apparently not. All right. That quest. And I saw the cart coming back, so that's perfect timing. We can try to quickly do our mount quest and then take the cart back down, because it will be faster. The only quest we have not done is the stay a while quest. We can do that when we come back. Cart may leave without us, though. But I do want to get our mount. I think the cart already left. The heck? Okay. Rejuvenating Rays, that's a heal. Shine is also a heal. Illumination, that's a heal. Solar Conquest generates 5 solar power and 10% of your maximum mana. That's a good little buff to have if we need it. Okay. Since apparently the cart disappeared, no idea where it went. We'll just book it this way. We forgot to grab this quest right here, a Peon's Burden, which you have to turn into the inn. So we'll swing by, grab that. It's going to waste a little bit of time. But we just hit 11 minutes, so I'm okay with that. As fast as we're clearing things is the Sun Cleric. I was about to say Solar Cleric. The Sun Cleric. I'm okay with spending just a couple extra seconds to come run over here and recollect a quest that we forgot to grab. I know it says it's down here. It's where the guy used to stand, but they've moved him back up over here. So we'll just grab it and run. There we go. This is arguably the best mount I have. All right, welcome to Sinjin Village, everybody. I wish PF Quest had a way for it to just auto-accept all quests. It would make this so much easier, because then you could just run by, click them once, and it would just be like, oh, got all the quests, good to go. You know what I mean? At least I don't think it has a way to do that. We'll have to go check the settings at some point. So we have multiple quests all around here now. We've got eggs that we've got to smash. We've got Tarn that we need to take out. Or not Tarn, Centaurs that we need to take out for cloth pieces. We've got battle plans here that we need to do. We've got crabs to take out. We've got shrimp to take out. Or lobsters, rather, not shrimp. Yeah. Lots and lots of quests. Oh, somebody was in here not too long ago. This might make our cloth gathering quest a little difficult. But not impossible, because we did already pick up the other quests. So good. It looks like stuff may be respawning already, so that's good. And it looks like that guy ran the opposite direction. There we go. More money. Put our quest items here. We can click you because I don't really care. Not that big of a deal for the bout. Oh, excuse me, what? Yeah. He ran backwards. It looks like he ran this way first and then went to go clear the other sides. Oh, since we don't need to fight anything, let's mount up and run. But that's our second player we've seen physically. I see people in chat, but outside of that, I don't count it because that could be people that they're just sitting there chit-chatting. They're not really doing anything. So for us to count them, we have to physically see them doing things. I will say, so far, I am still a huge fan of the Stormbringer. I think the Stormbringer is going to be the class that we go with. But we will see. There was our level 9. We've already gotten all of the cloth that we need, so we don't need to do that anymore. Ooh, nice hit. Well, crabs aren't giving us anything, bruh. I'll take the second eyeball. There we go, starting to get some stuff. Oh, that one didn't drop anything either. Our drop chances are going terrible. Oh, that gave us one. Nice. So we need one more eyeball in all of the mucus, essentially. There we go. Starting to get a little bit better drop rate chance. Are you going to be nice and give me my last one? Yes, it is. Need 2 more. One more. Like this right here, these kinds of quests and the tigers where it's RNG based loot, it's not 100% drop chance. Those are the ones that could end up hurting us time wise on a class, which is kind of a bummer. Because then you're having to, you know, hope that they drop stuff, and it can be a real pain sometimes. Now, as far as doing the eggs and the tigers, there's actually an easy pattern to do for them. There's 2 tigers, I believe, on this. No, 3 on this one. So we have 3 chances to get pelts here. There's also 1 egg on this island, and then we just keep going island to island, basically. Okay, and we get to click this one. There's a tiger on this next one and an egg on the next one, and then we can get our last egg on the 3rd island, and then we go over to the big island. Hopefully this tiger is nice and gives us the last pelt that we need. It was not. There's 1 more egg over there. I believe there's 1 more tiger over here, too. Could be wrong on the tiger part. But there's a World Forged item, and there's a egg. But this is why I do the egg quest now versus finishing all of Sinjin Village as quickly as possible. And then basically just turning around and running from Razor Hill all the way back down here just to do 3 eggs. Makes no sense to do it that way. Plus, if you get the cloth quest like we did, that's just an extra one that you can turn in. When we run along here, we're actually going to go over and do this, guys, these guys, and then when we go back, we can grab the water for that quest. We can turn a whole bunch of stuff in all in one go. There's the last tiger that we needed as well. So now it's just all the trolls. And then we're done with Sinjin Village. So Sinjin doesn't really have a lot going on for it, relatively speaking. Like, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, easy to do area. The biggest headache that you can have for this area is if other people are doing this particular dungeon. So. Or, not dungeon. What am I saying? If they're doing this particular quest, the more people that are out here, the harder it is to get this stuff finished. Didn't quite get that heal off, bud. We are going to grab this World Forged item right here. He got the heal off, but that's okay. Tell you what, when this build crits, though, holy cow, it does a goodly amount of damage. Okay, and one more. Okay, and now this area is completely done. So now we get to head back to Sinjin Village, turn all this up, grab shinies on our way to do this quest and this quest. Honestly, I think this is going to be a faster way to level. Regardless if you're using your heirloom items, if you're using, you know, any kind of XP gathering tools, I think this will probably be the best bet in terms of leveling. Now, the only issue is if you don't hit a certain level, some quests don't become available. But I have a feeling that you would be able to at least pick up, at bare minimum, pick up the carry your own weight and break a few eggs once you leave Valley of Trials. I couldn't imagine you not being able to do that. The next time we decide to do a hardcore run, we can definitely test that before putting on bind on account gear. But yeah, we will see. So far, this is right now it's a toss-up for me between the Sun Cleric and the Stormbringer as to which one I want to level to 60, if I'm being honest. All right, here's level 10. We are going this. This is supposed to be the most difficult out of all of them. But you do have 4 different types of builds that you can do with this. You have the healer build, you have the tank build, you have the melee damage dealer, and then you have the caster. Now, we are supposed to be wearing plate with int. I'm wearing cloth with int, so I'm not too worried about that right now. But after activating Dawn, casting a holy spell grants sunrise, or casting a fire spell grants sunset. So this is like the druid back in the day where you had to bounce between your eclipse cycles, right? So what this does is entering sunrise or sunset prevents you from entering the other until you enter the next. Okay. In addition, Horosoth Blast now generates 100 rage. Nice. We get Horosoth's Blast, blast an enemy with the power of the sun, dealing 153 holy damage. And then because we're going into piety, we actually get 100% rage, or 100 rage every time we do that. Dawn Seer, blast an enemy with burning light, dealing 91 fire damage. So that's holy damage. That's fire damage. We're able to bounce between these two. Boom. Save. We're going to pick that up. When we hit level 11, we get to get our fire damage one. So, Horosoth's Blast, we're going to put right there. Turn you in. Run up here, turn this in. So, level 10. Nice. Then we get to turn you in. And then let's read our book real quick. Revivify. Not the greatest for us because we're soloing right now. Spears of Light. We're out of money. Hold on. We got plenty of money. We just haven't sold it yet. Nope. You are not a merchant. There we go. Now we can click on you. Spears of Light. There we go. Gavel of Atonement gets to get upgraded, and there we go. Now, mount up. And away we go. Now we got to do the Shinies quest, and we need to go take on, we've got the Encroachment, and then we've also got, what's it called? Vanquish the Betrayers and Encroachment are the two quests that we're going to do as well before we start turning everything in. This quest is really simple. As we run into town, we are able to get a thing of water. We could also do the Echoes of Hirasuta, because that is two quests in of itself right there, all before we turn things in. I mean, it's great how many quests you have. Now, the Hirasuta, we probably will wait until we've turned in everything else. Same thing with the Shinies quest. I'll turn that in when I'm ready to do the Harpies and all that other stuff. We're exactly 30 minutes into the run. So we have an hour left to go. But yeah, right now it'd be a toss-up between the Stormbringer and the Sun Cleric as far as which DPS group I would like to do the most. There should be, yeah, 5 and then 6 right there. And then we get to go straight into taking out some guards. Yep. We'll leave that. We're right here at the front door. Usually we come in through the side. Okay, so that seems to have a pretty big cooldown, but that's alright. Oh. Dropped you in one. Nice. So Sun Cleric seems to be doing a ton of damage right now. And we're basically just using our primary basic skill. So this thing has gotten even more powerful now that we've picked a spec. Boop. Let's try Spears of Light, see what that does. Okay, that didn't... I didn't feel like that did anything. Oh, that's a AoE skill. Okay. Got it. Okay. Now we just need the Marines. We're going to come over here and take out these Marines right here, and then we'll go in the building. Oh, one tap that Marine. There we go. That one's down. That one's down. Just need 2 more. Those we can get when we're inside. Sometimes an elite can spawn on that stairwell that we just went up. So be careful if you are playing hardcore. Just be careful because if he spawns, you got to take care of him. So. What's up, Wandering Marine? You just watched me take out your lieutenant and you think you got a chance? Alright, moment of truth. Is it just the spider that, for whatever reason, is getting that slow fall effect? Nope. Just the spider. Okay. Now we're going to run over here to do this. Look at that. Already almost level 11. In basically 5 minutes. Let's see. Level 15 increases spell damage by 20% of intellect. Nice. And your critical strike chance by 10% of your intellect. Nice. At 20, you get damage dealt by solar flares. Now it has a 33% chance to grant you 1 solar power. Our Necromancer had a lot of fun right here. Because we sent our minions in to attack a couple things while we just stood back and attacked a couple other things. So we completed this particular quest relatively quickly, though it feels like this one is going to do it even faster. Okay, knocked up. Whee. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. Alright, and then we just got all these guys over here to do. Look at that. Tank Boy, 3-shot. What about the Dust Runner? Also a 3-er. We'll hit 11 before we turn all these quests in. You can tell that the tank takes a little bit more, or has more damage mitigation. Because, like, I wonder if something's bugged with... Oh, no, we finally came out of it. Okay. So I guess we just keep going until it automatically procs us out of dawn. What's with the 2-minute sunrise? Cannot enter sunrise. For 2 minutes? Because that's a holy spell? Okay. So we're going to turn in carry your own weight. Or actually, hold on. It'll make more sense to start up here because we're going to be doing her quest next anyway. So we're going to grab her quest. Here's what's going to waste a little bit of time. So when we start the next set of quests, I'm going to go over here, grab some tools, run up here, do these quests. Then we're going to turn all that in. And then we will start the Queen's Decree. When we start her quest, because there's going to be several quests over on this side of the hill, we're going to do her quest. We're going to run up and grab his first quest. We're going to grab that quest and do all those together. But turning in shinies is good, so... Only quest I'm not going to do is the stay a while, because it is time consuming for the most part, and it just doesn't really lead you anywhere. And it has very little XP to give you. Okay. I'm going to run temporarily outside of town to grab something. Ooh. Little lag spike there. Okay. We're going to fill the jar. That way we can turn that quest in as well. But you can see all the quests that we have now. They can be easily turned in. We go here, turn you in, pick up the next quest. Dark Storms. That's going to be over on the same side where we're going to do the Harpies and the Alligator quest. That takes us to Orgrimmar. This will take us back slightly down south, which is fine. So now we got to go, we can run in here real quick. Turn in the Peon's Burden, and then we go back behind it to finish the other quest. Go forth to victory. But I have to say, this is a unique new quest. It's a little annoying, the running back and forth, but I think the quest is designed to get you to be like, oh, there's a high probability that I need to pay attention to what the quests are asking me to do. Because I think the first time I got that quest, it was like, oh, you just need to talk to 5 peons and get them to drink some water. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. So then, you know, I noticed that it gave me an item. So then I was like, okay, cool. And so I went in there and I clicked the item and nothing happened. And then I went and was like, oh, okay, maybe I just talked to him and then nothing would happen. And I'm like, what? And then I had to read and it's like, oh, you just need to get water. And I'm like, well, where the heck is a moon well? You know what I mean? So it's a good quest to teach you that you need to pay attention to what the quests are. Okay, and boop. Now, if by this point you're still hurting for money for... Where'd my other shit? There it is. For leveling up, there are 2 World Forged items out here. There is one right there. And then there's a boat right there that has a sword. And then if you follow this little coastline out that way, there's another one there. And there's one there. So there's several World Forged items here that you can pick up relatively quickly that will give you a little bit of extra money. We're doing pretty good. We're at 92 silver. So I'm not too worried about it. We're almost at a gold. If we start getting to the point where we're getting more expensive to level up, then absolutely we would do stuff. By the way, we got Bless, Solar Invocation, Mercy, Vow of Light, Sun Flare, and there we go. So now we're down to 52 silver. So we're still doing good. All right, so we get Blessed. That's actually just a straight buff. I'll read through this in just a second. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so Bless an ally with the sun, restoring 10 mana every 5 seconds. So a great way to keep mana up. Not that we've been having an issue with mana yet. Vow of Light. This is another Vow skill for us. Direct healing spells now generate 1 solar power, and allies within 40 yards now regenerate 1% maximum health on any damage taken. It can only occur once every second. During fulfillment, next instance of direct ability damage or healing heals you equal to 25% of the value. So not one that we really need, but nice all the same. Solar Invocation, Mercy. Break the blight from an ally, dispelling 1 disease. We're going to put that down here with the heals. So there we go. All right, now we're on to this quest. We're already level 12. This is nice. Here's what I want to try, though. Let's go... Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. Take you out. So here's what I want to try. We're going to go here. We're going to throw Sunseer, because that's a fire spell. Huh. So I have a 2-minute debuff. Cannot enter Sunset, but it won't let me swap to the other one. I mean, we'll keep throwing Sunseer, though. $31 mana, so it's slightly more expensive, takes a little bit longer, but it does more damage. And it's fire damage, so... Jeez. Maybe I should not say that it does more damage. I don't understand why we have a 2-minute debuff on that. Now, like, if I was going to do pure holy damage... But, like, didn't it say... Oh, let's see here. Reduces the cooldown of Solar Conquest by 10. Direct physical damage taken now has a 10% chance to grant you and nearby allies a shield absorbing 46 damage. That's actually pretty Dope. We're going to go with that one. Give us a little bit of tankability while we're down here. And doing quests. Okay, that quest is done. But yeah, I mean, it just, I don't understand here. Entering sunrise or sunset prevents you from entering the other until you enter the next. So I wonder if you have to wait for the 1 minute cooldown to go away, and then you can pop one for the other? Possibly? Or does it mean enter the next solar power? Or, into the next dawn, rather. Ooh, Pat ran right by the turn-in for this. Okay, turned in. Now we can run into town and turn in these 2 quests, and then we just have this whole side here to do. Okay. Ooh, got a little too far away from him. There we go. Okay, now we just got everything over on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up before we start doing the harpies. I'm going to run up and I'm going to grab Misha Torkin. Torkrin. And then we're going to run up and grab the first quest from Razlak. Because I have a feeling that that will actually help out a little bit more. Because then, once we grab him, we can actually just run, fall off, do the Darkstorm, Fizzle Darkstorm quest, run out here, do this, and then as we come back to town, we just run through, take out... maybe that won't work that way. Because I'm trying to do it as a... as kind of like a circle. Actually, what we could do... I got this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go pick up her quest. She's right there. We're going to go pick up her quest, run over here and do his quest, and then we're actually just going to slide back down so that we can loop around this way. And then when we finish Fizzle, we just hearth back to Razor Hill, because then we can turn in everything for Razor Hill. Then we run up and we can do this quest, we can do his second quest. Oop. And then, which is going to take us over here. When that's completed, then we go over here and finish this last quest. So, like, this last little bit is going to be the trickier one to try and do more efficiently, I suppose. But I'm trying to find a way to make it as efficient as possible. Because I was thinking what we could do is grab his quest, and then we fall off and do this, and then we run out and we go do the alligators, and then we come back and do all these, but then that still requires us to run down to Razor Hill and back up here to him. So, no matter which direction you go with this, it's going to be funky. So, I figure we just grab that, drop back down, Because there's the harpies in the bags that we can grab along the way. Hopefully. If we don't finish the bags, it's not that big of a deal, in my opinion. But we definitely need to finish the harpy portion of it. Because we can get the rest of the bags once we finish all the other quests. And we can come here, bag number 1. Bag number 2. So there's only 2 bags there, so... Ooh. That's a... I don't remember there being a World Forged item. Oh, that's the... Okay, I know where we're at. Never mind. Yeah, you can't get up there. You have to jump from the rock that's right there to get to it. Here's the 3rd bag. We'll pick this up. There's a 4th and maybe a 5th bag somewhere around here. That's fine. All right, so now we're going to go do Fizzle Claw. Okay. Ah. Now, there is a way to get over here by falling that will not have you take a lot of fall damage. But either way you try to do this, you're going to end up fighting the entire area. You fall here, run. Now, we're not in a huge hurry because there's no one else over here trying to do the quest. If there was, you would want to attack Fizzle immediately. We got Fizzle's Claw. We can get out of here. Actually, yeah. Normally I'd fight that elite, but I'm trying to level as quickly as possible because we just hit our hour mark on this guy, so we've got 30 minutes to finish trying to get him leveled up. Because like I said, we're going to give every spellcaster we can do a 2-hour attempt. He got 30 hours the other day. Or 30 hours. 30 minutes the other day. And so he gets an hour and a half, and then the rest of them will all get 2 hours so that we can see if we like the playstyle in that time frame. I figure 2 hours is a good kind of like test. Plus, we're keeping everything else consistent. So we're going to be playing on the Horde. We're going to be doing as best we can, either a troll or an orc, so that we get the same starting zone if we have to. We will do a blood elf or an undead just because I know that starting zone very well for quests. The one that we really just don't want to do again is going to be the Tauren because of how much running they have to do. There we go. There's the amulet. That's another one of those quests that could end up being a time killer for us. Because sometimes you get it on the first one, sometimes you get it on the 12th. You know what I mean? So it's like, you got to be careful with it. Okay. So now, we still need one more bag, so we can't even run to turn that in, which is fine. We can get it when we head that way. Yep, grab that. So that quest is done. We're going to go turn in the Queen's Decree. We're going to go turn in Dark Storm. This is going to lead us to a new quest area. This is Orgrimmar. This is Orgrimmar. So we've got two. Well, we're about to have two quests that take us into Orgrimmar. We're about to get our third quest, sort of, that takes us to Orgrimmar, because when you do Darkstorm, it takes you to the other side of these mountains to do a quest line, and then he sends you into Orgrimmar. There is level 13, so we've already matched everybody else in technically an hour and a half. So we've got 30 minutes to get one more level, and we beat, I think, everything but the Stormbringer, because I believe the Stormbringer also made it to 14 in the 2-hour mark. May have had a little over 2 hours, but I want to say it got to level 14. Okay, grab that quest. So see, we got to go there. We just need one more satchel. We can pick that up on the way. So what will happen is we'll pick that up. We'll run up here and turn that in, so that we then go over here to take out some harpies. Then we go and turn that in. Then we go over here, talk to him. He sends us up here. We come back, talk to him again. And then he sends us to Orgrimmar. And that completes all of Durotar, with the exception of one quest, which is Need for a Cure. That quest is probably the longest quest line that we have. Because what you have to do is you have to go, oh, yeah, I'll help get you cured. And then you run from there. Ooh, I'm trying to... You run from where he's at into Orgrimmar, into the under portion, whatever that was called. And then you have to then run all the way back out, take out some stuff, run back into Orgrimmar, make the potion, run back out to the guy to turn it all in. And you have like 45 minutes total to do it. It doesn't take that long, but it's just a super convoluted quest for no reason, and so we're not going to do it. We are just trying to level as quickly as humanly possible. Now, the Necromancer, he got to 13 as we got into the Barrens. Like, so just keep that in mind. Like, yes, he cleared quests quickly, but we made it into the Barrens at level 13. This guy is level 13 right now, and we haven't even made it into the Orgrimmar area yet. Now, that also being said, there was one quest we did not pick up as the Necromancer, and that was the break a few eggs. I had forgotten to go run and do that, and so I didn't want to run back south and do it again. So we did not do that with the Necromancer. Okay. Ugh, excuse me. Good lord, I don't know where all this yawning's coming from. Boop. Sun Cleric is hitting like an absolute truck. Ugh. So far, I feel like our mana consumption is good. Like, let's just try... Oop, that was not the spell I thought it was. Okay. I thought we were going to do multi-hits on that, but we didn't. Do Shine, Illumination. There we go. And we're still only at like half mana. Three more of those. Four more of the Savages. I still feel like we're absolutely just blitzing through this. Boom. And Dawn this early on is just like a bonus mechanic. Is what it feels like so far. Like, we could proc it and do a little bit more damage. But, again, it's just, it feels like an extra, like, we could do it, but we don't have to do it kind of mechanic. The only thing I would change for this class currently is making it, once you get Dawn, is that you should be, like, I'm not saying make the class weaker, but make it to where Dawn is a thing you should be worried about rotating into your build, so that you get used to using it for later on. As of right now, like, I don't even see Rage on our bar here. I see the mana. I know at one point, at least for heals, you needed Rage, because this was a Rage and mana class. But I'm not seeing Rage being built. Almost 14. God. Yo. Yeah, they're all 240. It's fine. Why? Okay. When we get ready to switch classes, I will use the restroom real quick, do all that fun stuff. So that we're not having to sit here and be like, oh. But yeah, let's see, we've got 20 minutes left on this character, and then we will be swapping to a different spellcaster to test out that one. I also think what I'll do while we're creating the other class is I will give my opinions on how I feel the class levels, how it behaves and operates up to that point, and just like my overall, like, this is how I feel about the class. So since we haven't done that with the other ones yet, I'll go ahead and go through the ones that we've already done. Necromancer. Overall, I feel like it's a pretty good beginner-friendly build. Doesn't really have a whole lot of hard mechanics for you to deal with. No complicated spell casting rotation or any of that kind of stuff. If you go with the summoner build, you get tons of summons. I mean, we ended up having, before we ended, we had zombies that we could throw, that you could cast infinitely, basically. Every, 3 or 4 seconds, you could get another zombie out, and they lasted for, 8 seconds or whatever it was. The downside to the Necromancer, in my opinion, is just the fact that it doesn't feel like it is strong enough compared to some of the other spellcasters. And I get that part of that is because you're getting minions, and so they don't want you to hit like a truck and then your minions to hit like a truck, and then everybody just played Necromancer. So there has to be some, give and take on that. That being said, though, I feel like it could use a little bit of a buff in its own damage dealing potential, at least early game, because we got up to, level 12, 13, and yeah, we were able to slow people, but then when that skill went away for the zombie skill, it didn't really benefit the build to lose that slow that early on. Oh man, there's so many people in there. We'll just go. There's a warden right there we can take on. Now for the Stormbringer felt powerful, just sluggish at the very beginning, and then once we got to level 10, the sluggishness completely went away and the power increased exponentially. I mean, we were going through and just absolutely obliterating things before they could get to us. And then the things that could get to us weren't getting to us with a whole heck of a lot of life left. So Stormbringer, in my opinion, is probably, and we were playing a more advanced build on it, but it is probably going to be the quickest to learn and the easiest to get overpowered with, because it already starts very strong. We got it to level 13 or 14, and it was just a phenomenal build overall. We're about to hit 14 with this guy. Yep, give me your other quest. Stop talking, give me your other quest. So that's kind of why I like Stormbringer. It's a very solid, very strong class. And then, see, we also did the, what else did we play? I mean, we're doing the Sun Cleric now. Sun Cleric started off strong. It's continued to just get a little bit stronger. The only mechanic that is confusing is the sunset, sunrise. Did you need something? Just being weird.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, do you have any batteries?
No, I don't have batteries because everything that I own doesn't require batteries. What kind of batteries do you need, kid?
I need double A.
Uh-huh. You may have to wait for your mom to get back from the doctor's office and ask if she knows where there's any double A's, but I don't own anything that requires batteries, my guy. Doesn't that thing set in a charger?
So that's air. That's the new.
Oh, that's the new one?
That's
Okay, okay. That's the Oculus Quest.
Yeah.
Okay, and yours requires batteries.
Yeah, I have the Oculus too.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't have any batteries, so your best bet is to either wait for your mom to get home and ask her, or if Aaron gets home before she does, because he's supposedly off at like I think 1 o'clock today. Um, you would have to ask him. But as far as me having batteries, I do not, sir. Um, but yeah, so sorry, my nephew came in. He's trying to play on his Oculus. He finally found a game that is not just let me push one button and do literally nothing. Which is awesome. And it's on an Oculus, so the little 3D headset things. And he has fallen in love with the game. But the problem is that they don't. It apparently needs batteries. Let's see. Radiant Flame. This is channeled. Launch radiant spheres at an enemy, each dealing 27 holy flame damage, repeating every 0.98 seconds for 3.98 seconds. That's nice. We'll give that a shot. Get rid of it. I'm going to put the melee skills down here for now, just to be on the safe side. Haven't really needed them lately. Increases your strength and intellect by 5% and increases your hit chance by 3%. That's pretty good. Solar Might there. And then this one is Chosen by the Light. Instant. Become Chosen by the Light, reducing damage taken by 40% for 8 seconds. Taking damage while below 50% maximum health. While this is active, will instantly cause it to heal you for 15% of your maximum health. Can only occur once over the duration. I don't like that at all. We're going to grab Solar Might. There we go. We're going to grab that quest just to be on the safe side. Now, this character, unfortunately, is going to get deleted. I think. Or no, we'll keep this one. We'll keep this one. We'll delete some of the other ones that we've done. But yeah, so we've done Necromancer, we've done Stormbringer, we've done... we did this guy. The Sun Cleric. I swear there's somebody else that we've done. Oh, nope, I was going the right way. I confused it did myself. Now, I'm going to be perfectly honest, we definitely won't have enough time to go do the next set of quests because of the distance we have to run to go back and forth on it is not going to work out in our favor. Because once we turn this quest in, we have to run all the way through here. I hate that it does that. You have to run through the backside to get to the top part of the Barrens here. And then you have to run all the way down, talk to this guy. He wants you to go run and do a cave up here. And then you have to run all the way back, pick up a crystal, talk to him again, and then run over here to do a crystal. And that takes a good chunk of time to do that. But it leads you into the Barrens and go from there. What's up, Vol'jin? I'm going to be honest, as a Horde player, I only have two people that are Thralls. Or not Thralls, that are the War Chiefs, and that's Thrall and Vol'jin. Those are the only two that matter in my book as a Horde member. And I still don't understand why Cairn Bloodhoof never became Thrall. Or became War Chief. But that's just my opinion. Maybe because I think he's technically a shaman. And they didn't want to have two shamanistic war chiefs. Because Thrall's a shaman. And he's arguably the most powerful shaman, period. He steps down because he decides to start a family. At least I think Karen's... Is he a warrior? He might be a warrior class. I don't know. I'd have to go back and find out. I can't remember what he is. I remember he's the one that has the big totem thing. Ugh. Testing of the Wrath of the Lich King is underway. If you want access to Wrath of the Lich King Alpha, you can buy Northrend Travel Guide from players or grab the bundle from the Ascension store. Here's the thing. The Wrath of the Lich King Alpha is literally Area 52, but you have access to all of the Death Knight class abilities. Oh, that's weird. Like, depending on where my straw is, it either is blue, which is the color of the straw, or it goes invisible. That's funny. Okay. We have 10 minutes left. So I'm going to try to at least do this Harpy quest here in that 10-minute time frame. And then we're going to hearth. And this character will be whatever we get him to. But we're at level 14, almost level 15 in 2 hours. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's bad. Bear in mind that we're not using the Aura of XP. Greater Sanguine Pact. Somebody hit me with Greater Sanguine Pact. Jeez. Increasing my stamina by 54. So now we have 1.1k health. Level 14. Oh, Pyromancer. That's the other class that we did. Now that I've been racking my brain trying to remember what other ranged class we did. So we did the Pyromancer. Pyromancer starts off feeling very good. My complaint with the Pyromancer is the fact that it isn't like it was the last time we played a Pyromancer. Because the last time we played a Pyromancer and we were doing it as a Draconic when I did that build, they were very powerful, had a lot of quick spells, big dragon breaths, got to fly. You were in a Draktherin form. It was awesome. And now we've lost the Draktherin form, which I think is a complete, like, should not do. But we've lost the Draktherin form. And now we have these little fiery wings. So, meh. And then on top of that, we, like, the skins, like, your buffs that we used to just be able to pop, and it would just stay permanent. And unless you wanted to swap it to a different one, they're now on a timer. What's up, Hydro? They're now on a timer, which is dumb. It's an armor buff. Like, it should not be on a 30-minute timer. The breath attacks feel very pointless. I think we had one, which was no, we ended up getting two breath attacks, if I remember correctly, before we ended. But they don't feel like they accomplish anything. So when we get back to the Pyromancer at some point, we are probably going to go Incineration and see if the instant casts are still there, and go from there. But overall, Pyromancer does not feel solid anymore. It doesn't feel very connected. It's like they were like, hey, the thing that people like about the Pyromancer we're going to get rid of. And the skills that make Pyromancer feel strong, maybe a little slow on the attack, but strong, we're gonna get rid of those too. And it's just like, ah. So those are the spellcasters we've done so far. This person will be swapping in about 5 minutes. We're going to be able to complete this quest, and then we'll hearth. And then we're going to create the next spellcaster. Oh, Blood Mage. We did do Blood Mage. So Blood Mage is okay-ish. starts out very, very slow. You basically have one attack until you're probably level 6, 6 to 8. You finally get another blood skill, but it has a long cast time, but it does heal you. So that's a plus. Got it up to, I want to say 12 or 13. No, that one got to 11 or 12. And the reason why was because we were playing with Devin at the time, and he had work, and then ended up having to go deal with some stuff. So I was trying to be nice and not outlevel him. We're gonna do Solar Flare. There we go. But yeah, Blood Mage early on does not feel good. Does not feel good at all. I'm sure it gets better later on, but yeah, early on, it's just not there, unfortunately. You'd be better off going tank early on, because you get more melee skills between level 1 and level 10 than you get any kind of spellcasting ability. And then after 10, you have a couple skills, but it's like you have one AoE skill, which I wouldn't recommend using if you're by yourself. You have your primary attack, and then you have your attack that heals you. So you have 3 spellcasts between the level 10 and 15. But yet again, if you were going the tank version of it, you basically run around, leap around, smack something until it dies, and self-heal that way. So yeah, that's my consensus with it. We need to hurry. So Blood Mage, I'm sure will do really well. Mid to late game, early game, it's gonna be a slog. I'll be honest with you. All right, so we're gonna. This guy had 3 minutes left, and we got to level 14. Feels very strong. The only confusing part about it is the fact that I didn't need to do that. This right here. So activating Dawn, casting a holy spell grants sunrise, or casting a fire spell grants sunset. Okay, that's fine. It's like the druid back in the day. Dealing with the eclipse forms, right? Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse. But then it says entering sunrise or sunset prevents you from entering the other until you enter the next. The next what? Finish the sentence. Because as we've seen right now, if I use Dawn Seer while in Dawn, right? It boosts all my fire damage, but then if I immediately use Horus Blast, it doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I don't know if Holy Flame counts as a holy spell or a fire spell, so I don't want to use that. This is definitely a this is holy fire damage. So again, I don't know if holy fire damage counts for one or the other or both. So, but outside of that, this class is very, very strong. At the very beginning, you kind of go hybrid. You use Sunflare to draw things in and then beat on them with your Gavel and your Glorious Execution when you get it. Plenty of healing spells very early on. I do like the new buff system that we have going on here, so that Dawn actually procs the buff that you have instead of procking additional skills with your spells here. So, for example, we were using Vow of Radiance. Direct ability damage now grants 2 solar power and deals 15% additional damage. That you just have forever. But when you use Dawn, you get your fulfillment effect as well, which means the next instance of ability damage unleashes a solar flare on the target, dealing 39 fire damage. So, there might be, we just haven't unlocked it yet. While in sunset, the cooldown of Horse Blast is reduced by 10%. While in sunset, the cooldown of Rapture is reduced by 10% every 1 second. Increases the effectiveness. After activating on gain Blaze of Glory, causing your next Rapture or Horse Blast within 15 seconds to be instant cast and free of cost. Yeah. It feels good. I like it. It's strong without using the Dawn mechanic. The one thing that I would say is with this particular deal is they need to find a way without making it feel like a terrible class to play. What's the first move in the piety tree? Dawn Seer, which is already on my bar, and then you immediately get Radiant Flame. And then the next one after that is Rapture, followed by Dawnfall. But the thing that I would say that would make this to where you start using your Dawn more often is you want to find a creative way to keep the power level there because it feels nice, it feels good, power wise. But we want to try and find a way to make it to where you start really learning how to rotate that Dawn into your DPS rotation. Because otherwise, what's going to end up happening is like what we did, where it just didn't go well. Let's see, we did not make a primalist for this rotation. As you can see, I've already maxed out a Stormbringer, but I'm trying to get stuff off of him so that I can delete him because, again, we're redoing everybody because this was the last one we did. But yeah, so the Pyromancer felt good, but vastly different than the last time we played, so it's going to take time for us to get used to him. Stormbringer, loved it, would love to get back into it, all that fun stuff. As of right now, it's the one that I want to main, but we're going to go through the rest and see what's up. Blood Mage, like I said, kind of a little sluggish. It either A, needs to be a little bit more powerful, or B, it needs to get some new skills to change, to just basically do a little bit more power. Otherwise, it feels good. Plus, I mean, look at that outfit. That outfit is absolutely dope. I love that outfit for a blood mage. Like, all the blood coming off of it. It's great. Really just need to find a staff that fits it. Necromancer, again, great class. We're going, we tried the summoner on it, got to level 15. It took us a little over 2 hours to do that, but, it is what it is. But being able to summon as much as we can, we were flying through quests. Cultist Cow, its only downside is the fact that it's a dang Tauren, honestly, and the fact that it kept missing. This class would have been a lot better had its hit rating been a little bit higher at lower levels. Would have been fantastic. Sun Cleric felt powerful from beginning to end. We flew through quests, all that fun stuff. So the next one on the block here is, I believe, the Rune Master. Let's double check. So we've gone Necromancer, Pyromancer, Cultist is done. Sun Cleric is now done. So yes, Rune Master is next up on the block. So we're going to do a Rune Master. And Orc will be fine. Again, we're going to be going Spellcaster on this. Okay. And then I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back, everybody. I do apologize. Give me 5 minutes tops to go use the restroom, and then we will get into the Rune Master as the next class we are going to be leveling. It does not have a Spellcaster class. It has a ranged Archer class. But I will be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Okay, let's get this set up real fast, and then we can start our 2-hour timer on the Rune Master. Now, Rune Master is a little different. We don't get to start off as a spellcaster. Let's see, we want you. But in case, just in case I missed it, I don't think I did, but the Starcaller does not have a spellcaster. It is a archer build, specifically. Let's go heirlooms. We're gonna grab all the stuff for spellcasting on this guy. But actually we want the sorcerer ring. Yeah, we'll do one of each. Why not? And then we want to grab, I think, the wand we can use, right? Yes. Grab that for now. And then we come back up here and we grab this for when we actually get to the ability to do spellcasting. Okay. Let's make us look really cool. Cosmetics. Sets. There we go. Okay. And then P, go down here, grab you. That is a Fellsworn, which is another spellcaster that we're going to eventually be able to try, which is good. That's not what I wanted. Okay. So we're at an hour and 45 minutes. So at 3 hours and 45 minutes, we will be done with the Rune Master. So but we are starting to see more people, which is good. I don't know if that's because of us or... There we go. Gotta make sure we have our fire rune on. Okay, there's level 2. I did sell stuff so I could see if we had enough. This is Attunement of Earth. Elemental Burst. That's what we want. That's our spellcasting right there. Blast an enemy for 18. So now we can swap over here and grab that. So now, little on the weak side, I think, compared to the other spellcasters. But I think they wanted the Rune Master to be more of a melee fighter anyway. So it makes sense that they would keep the spells a little on the lower side. We are getting our fire rune explosions, which is nice. It's always funny, like, going and looking at how big the shoulder plates are. They always make the orc helm, or like the head for an orc, look very tiny. Alright, here's the real challenge, because none of the other ones had a difficulty. Okay. I think we got hit once from that guy. So not bad there. Go run down and turn that quest in. Yeah. Oh, sounds like sister's back home. The short doctor's visit. Okay. But I will say, compared to the other spellcasters that we've been leveling, even the cultist, this one definitely is lagging behind the others. So far, we will see. If I remember correctly, we did play a Rune Master at one point when I had to go back and redo my tier list. We went in and we were like, oh, wait a minute. This guy is actually really fun. Who's that? Stormbringer. Nice, bud. Nice. I like his armor set. Ancient glyphs. Level 3 quest done. I know that level 1's not on the quest, but I'd rather start doing these ones that can get interrupted very easily if he's able to, because we know how strong the Stormbringer is. No, I liked your other shoulder plates, bud. The other shoulder plates looked way better. But yeah, so we're going to just do as many quests as fast as possible. I know it looks like, I mean, he's level 1, so he's going to have to do the quests we've already completed. just need one more. It's this guy right here. There we go. And then we click you. There we are. Look at that guy go. He's got Tendrils of Mana. He's got Chillwind Haze. He's got... and Arcane Spheres. Got it. Okay. Not that any of that makes him stronger, faster, better. He is still a level 1 Stormbringer, but it does make him look absolutely amazing. We have 1 copper left. I don't feel like we're moving as quickly either on this guy. He's level 4. We're still broke, so won't be able to level up yet. Okay, now we just have the familiars that we need to finish. And then we can go turn everything in, sell everything. There's a couple of countbound items we're going to pick up on our way back to town. There's the Fellsworn right there that we'd seen earlier. I remember spellcasting with the Fellsworn was actually a lot of fun. Because the Fellsworn is a rage caster, or was a rage caster. I don't know if it still is. But it was a rage caster that used essentially a combo mechanic to deal even more damage. And so what you would do is, like, if I threw a fireball, that would boost, you know, boost a different spell. And then if I use that spell after I used Fell Fireball, then it would boost a third skill. And it just kept going and going and going. And at one point I had macros that I could just literally just keep pushing the macro. And it would do the rotation for, you know, oh, this is single target, high damage rotation. This one is AoE rotation. The only issue I ever had with the Fellsworn was it's not a run and gun build like a lot of spellcasters. There wasn't a let me, you know, if the tank was like, I'm gonna go from here to the last boss and I'm not gonna stop. Healers had a couple options to where they could stop for just half a second to be like, click, okay, you now have, you know, a shield or a buff or whatever. But most of the tank classes had ways of mitigating all that damage. And so there were a lot of tanks that were like, I am properly geared, enchanted, gemmed, whatever. I'm just gonna book it. And as a Felsworn, I have no way to do damage quickly on the run. It's not like the Arcane Mage in Bronzebeard, where I could just jump and spam Arcane Explosion and get bored and fall asleep and put it on autoplay, put myself on follow for somebody. I forgot to grab the bind on account stuff on the way back because I was talking. But we can get this one right here. Again, if you don't know, you just come stand with these guys, and they will absolutely mess up this individual. There we go. All right, now we can turn everything in and get the next set of quests, sell everything. We'll be good to go. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Go with honor. I swear, like, the Sonic Ice has gotten so much smaller. All right, Attunement of Earth, Attunement of Water, Primordial Blast, Water Weapon Engraving. Okay. So, as far as skills go, Engravement, we now have Attunement of Earth. Attune yourself to Earth, reducing all damage taken by 10%. We have Attunement of Water. Attune yourself to water, restoring 10 mana every 5 seconds and giving damage dealt 20% chance to grant replenishment to allies for 15 seconds. And then we have Fire, which this is the one that allows us to get a little bit of an explosion going on. Primordial Blast. Launch a primordial missile at an enemy, dealing 42 magic damage. It's an instant cast, but it does have an 8-second cooldown. And then as far as melee goes, all we have is Rift Blade. Well, let's weapon engraving fire, and then we will do water attunement. Okay. I keep forgetting there's two things. There's attunements, which is physical. It's for ourselves. It's a buff. And then there's weapon engravings, which is a weapon buff that allows us to do something. But see, that's instant. Okay. Hitting a little bit harder. I like that. There's our replenishment. So we just get mana back. So now we don't even need to worry about mana. Okay. Ooh, good lord. Bum, 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 bum. There's the medallion. We are going to get the World Forged item while we're here. Again, just jump straight at this pillar. Then you can get up here. And then we hearth out. So we can go turn in all these quests. We are level 5, about to hit level 6, so hopefully we get some new stuff. Fire Sigil. Rune Shroud, Rune Blade. In my opinion, not all great stuff. So this requires Rune Shroud, which is a stealth skill. I don't really like it unless you're going melee. Because if memory serves me, this also requires us to be point-blank range. So engrave a fire rune into your palm. Yep, so got to be up close and personal. Causing your next instance of direct magic damage within 10 seconds. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Is that Rune Shroud? Okay. Let's try this. Hit P. Let's put Rune Shroud here. And then we'll put there. And we'll give that a shot here in just half a second and see if we can cast that. Which melee DPS is the best? Sorry, Hydra, I just saw your question. That's kind of up for debate because I don't like melee personally. I think the most fun I've had with a melee in a long time, at least on this server, was probably the barbarian. I think is the class name. And the reason I say that is because it does have kind of a spin to win mechanic. But it's mainly just charge in, slap it a couple times, and it's dead with the barbarian. Several of the other melee classes that I have tried, I just have not enjoyed at all. But if you want the one that hits the hardest, go Knight of Zerath. Whether you're doing tank or you're doing melee DPS, doesn't really matter. You get to summon minions to do stuff. How is it? It's Beyblade. Yeah, sort of. We had fun. I did a I can't remember if it was a hardcore challenge, but we were doing something with the barbarian. It just, I wasn't having fun with it, so we stopped. We got it up to like level 30 something. But we were playing on Alliance too, so. Right, look at that. No self-heals. And we took so much. None of our other spellcasters took any damage from those guys. Enshroud 4. Oh, so okay. If you want to be stealthy, sneaky, sneak kind of person as a spellcaster, I guess that's an option too. I actually did quite a bit of damage. Ugh. Oh, dang, I fell. Try to do it so I don't accidentally aggro that spirit. There we go. That is level 7. Okay, stand here. Okay, that's the bat essence. If I remember correctly, there are spiders this way. So we'll try and grab that on our way down the hill. If we get it off this one, we're just jumping. Nope. What the heck? Alright, hold on. For whatever reason, the stream software, like, glitched. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is still up and running properly. What do you mean so I can do the cave? I'm already doing the cave? So I'm confused by what you mean on that, Hydra. Okay, there's the spider essence that we needed, so we're actually just going to run back up here and fall off the edge. When you go... I think Venomancer is next. To compare Venos' experience with this cave compared to runes. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I'm trying to stick to the same grouping so that at least the questing is the same, and all we're really testing is how the spellcaster stacks up compared to one another versus going, oh, well, I tried this one on a human and that one on a Draenei and that one over there. You know what I mean? So, like, we're going to try and stay either orc or troll as much as we can so that we get the same starting zone, same quest lines, same pathing, all that fun stuff. It really just boils down to the build itself, how it works. Dun, 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 dun. But yes, we can 100% go troll with the Venomancer. Because I think orcs don't have access to the Venomancer. I think it's only the trolls. Da, 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 da. And now... We must run all the way. This is the only part of this quest that makes no sense. Is you have to run down here, talk to this guy, tell him, hey, a thing happened. We did a thing. And then he goes, oh, well, in that case, I need you to come back up here and take out 5 people plus a witch to be done. And it's like, why not turn that into somebody that's in the town? Like, makes no sense to me. But yeah, I think Venomancer is the next next class we're going to be working on anyway. You turn this in. Then you get 2 more quests. Level 7. Alrighty. Here we are. Ooh. I was about to say, I think somebody's already come through here and taken all these guys out. But apparently not, so we're good. Okay, grab this one. Whee! I have to say, I do like this outfit. I think it feels very melee-esque. It doesn't really feel caster, but I do like the armor set. Okay, here we are. We have any good spells to upgrade? Nope, sure don't. Oh, missed. Another miss. Another miss. I was not in that. Y'all saw that, right? We were 100% not in that. There we go. That was dumb. We were not in her petrification stare or whatever it's called. And yet somehow we still got hit by it. That does not make any sense. Okay, and jump. Ugh. It's nice seeing more people, though. There's a Reaper. Reaper's also kind of a fun melee class. It's got a tank one that's all about bubbles. It's got a kind of almost a mid-range melee user that's all about empowering your weapon, and then it's got the dual-wielding like shadow rogue thing. That one was fun playing in PvP. That's the most fun I've ever had in PvP, because usually I hate PvP. But yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun because it stuns them, and then you can, if they happen to have a skill active, like a buff, you can get that off of them. You can debuff them, and you can just do a ton of damage while basically blinking around the map in while you're invisible. It's fun. At least it used to be. I don't know anymore. Okay. So we ended up getting weapon engraving water. Engrave a water rune onto your weapon for 100, causing all direct damage dealt to deal an additional 6 frost damage to enemies and slowing their movement speed by 30% for 8 seconds. While active, direct damage has a 40% chance to apply a water brand to the target, restores 15 mana to you, and reduces your target's healing received by 30%. So we do like the fact that it has a slowing effect. That's actually really good. But we also like being able to do an explosion after 3 seconds, which just does even more additional damage. But yeah, water engraving is actually really, really good. So same thing, we're going to run up here, grab up all the quests that are here, so that we can basically just come down here, do all the quests here, and then slowly make our way up by doing even more quests. So same run as the last one. That, and we're going to sell everything and get our mount. I like how Streamlabs, it's what I use for streaming, oddly enough. Um, basically said that the stream was over, even though it's not. Because it goofed. It goofed! It's not my fault. But it goofed. Alright, let's do the mount first. Instead of trying to do it second. Because that's free. And then you get the mount up quest. Y'all know what mount we're going to be using. Yes, that's right. Lightning Griffin. And again, the only quest we will not be picking up is going to be the Stay a While quest. It's only worth 600 XP. And is kind of time consuming. So Okay, Peon's Burden, Yeast. Now, if we ever get to the part where the water or the mana consumption that we have is vastly more than us doing damage to things is, then we will swap over to the water engraving. But for now, fire engraving is the way to go. There is an earth engraving, which helps us take less damage, if I remember correctly. We don't get that until, I want to say, level 15. I could be wrong. Dang it. There's a quick way to waste a little bit of time, I guess. Fall off the dang ladder. Then we just gotta go run up and talk to him and grab his quests. And then the cart should, in theory, be back. Not over there yet. Let's go sell everything real fast. Cross goods. Okay. So now we have collected everything that we can here. I am trying to use up a little bit of time because I was hoping that the cart would come back. I tell you, if we start running there and the cart's at it, yeah, so the cart's right there. Nah, we'll make it to the end before the cart makes it halfway back down. Okay. That's fine, though. Okay. Level 8. We'll definitely be 10 before we make it back to Razor Hill. So far, my thoughts on this guy are super slow. It does not, as a beginner caster, because that's what we're trying to do, is just use casting skills. We're actually going to take that off our bar. We've got 2 spellcasts. We've got 2 engravings that really matter. We can go into Shroud to add a little bit of extra damage if we want. But it's a slight marginal increase in damage, and it requires us to be out of combat in order to go back into Shroud. So, not very helpful to us there. So I'm not going to count that. Outside of that, the spellcasting mechanics do not feel good for this class yet. Again, it might get better as we go, but we will see. Maybe when we hit 10. Okay. So I turned this off because it was making me a little warm. And I was hoping that it was going to be warm enough in here, but it is not. But it's like we do consecutive less amounts of damage as it goes. You know what I mean? So, like, I hit this guy 33, 33. That was a good hit, but I had to blow my cooldown for that, so... And if you get the explosion off, it's good. Yeah, Rune Master's definitely not the way I want to go with it. If I wasn't doing this for the 2-hour run for each class, we would 100% just go ahead and dip out and go to the next spellcaster. Because I can tell you right now, the Rune Master is not the way I would want to go. We're taking too much damage. We're not outputting enough damage. Okay, there's all the cloth we needed for that quest. Well, we've got the rare that spawned here. Have to find out if we're worth the darn. Goodness gracious. Okay, so this one is what? Our mana? Yeah, that one's mana. This one is just reducing mana. No, I'd rather have the mana. Yeah. I would love to just say nope and move on. We've got an hour and 10 minutes essentially left on the Rune Master though. Who knows? It might end up turning out to be a really, really good class, but as of right now, spellcaster-wise, not great. The explosion from our fire rune is meh. The damage we do with our primary spellcasting ability is meh. Unless I'm getting my stats incorrect. Ugh, but we're wearing all int gear. There's 9. Solvent Spirit? Oh, that's what that's called. Okay. Oh, man. I'm gonna go get this World Forged item right here. We haven't grabbed it in a couple of the other episodes or runs, so then we're gonna go run back this way so that we can just loop across like we did earlier with the Sun Cleric. Why all the awning? Starting off strong so far. Hey, looks like Devin just got on. I don't know if he's going to jump in Discord, but it says that he got on, so. We may take a mulligan on the rune master here and just be like, nope, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not feeling it as it is, but if Devin's actually getting on and jumping on Discord and wants to do the runs with us, I've got no problem starting the Venomancer so he can pick a melee class. Let's see, we need one more eye. That did not give me an eyeball. Hydro Discord is the same as the channel name. Hello, Heroes Guild. I could have sworn I had a link on Twitch for the Discord channel. I may have to go back in and look for that. Sorry. There's two. Hey, look, I found that Reaper buddy that we saw earlier. There's three. I saw him log in, but it doesn't say he's actually on. Well, it does. He is a Knight of Zara. There you go, Hydro. Once the stream's over, I'll get you an invite to our to the actual Discord channel. Oh, I did not realize I already had that done. Okay, there we go. Just making sure Devin realizes that I'm in Discord so that he can join if he wants. But I tell you what, if he's going to end up wanting to play together, the next we will swap over to Venomancer and just call the Runemancer good, because I'll be honest, unless at level 10 this thing just takes off like a rocket ship, it is by far the slowest not feel good caster we've had. It feels slow, it feels clunky. It doesn't really output much damage as a spellcaster this early, which usually tells me that that's going to make it a mid to late game spellcaster. Ooh, excuse me. That's odd. I hit him, and he tried walking away from me. Oh. I guess I was taking damage from something, and so I went in and out of Shroud instantly. Grab the necklace. We did level at 8, right? Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was like not trash talking it, and you know, we forgot to get like level 8 super spells or something. You know what I mean? Okay. There we go. One more. There we are. All complete. Does your gear give you stats that increase with your level? Absolutely, yes. We are using account bound, or what they call heirloom gear now. It used to be called bind on account, or yeah, I want to say when it first came out, it was just called account bound gear. But it does. It gives you XP. It gives you like, for example, this one. Like the helmet gives us 1 stam, 1 intellect. That will slowly go up as we level. It gives us hit and spell power. That will go up as we level. Necklace gives us just straight spell power. Shoulders gives us XP. It will always be 10%, but it gives us stamina, spirit, intellect, and spell power. And that's the whole set does the exact same thing. A lot of the pieces give you XP, so you get 70% increased XP. It's additive, not multiplicative, sadly. Because it was multiplicative, you'd kill one thing and be like level 8. It's crazy. But yeah, 70% additive. But yeah, it makes leveling a little bit faster. There's other ways to level a little bit faster as well, but there's level 10, so yeah. All right, so here you go. 3 different builds. You have Engravement. This is your dual wielder. It's agility leather. That's probably why we're not doing a whole lot of damage right now, is apparently we need to be spirit for our build. Ooh, excuse me. So Engravement, this is your dual wield. You get to just beat on stuff while dual wielding. This is supposed to be your like fire and ice shadow type build. This right here is going to be the spellcaster. This is the way we're going. So we get to wear leather armor with spirit. So we get to change up our gear a little bit. Unleash frost, flame, and arcane glyphs to bombard enemies with primordial magic. And then Rift Blade. This is your beat on it with a big weapon. Bring destruction upon your enemies with grace while wielding a two-handed weapon and powerful, devastating magical attacks. We're going this route, so we're going to end up using Elemental Burst and Primordial Blast now grants you Frost Glyph. Using Thaumaturgy unleashes this glyph upon an enemy. Frost Glyph deals 12 frost damage and slows movement speed by 30% for 4 seconds. We'll also get Lay Walk, teleport 30 yards forward, clearing root and snare effects. And we can also get Cold Rune Blast. Blast an enemy with a frigid runic magic, dealing 54 spell frost damage and applying Cold Rune Fusion. Cold Rune Fusion, accumulate 20% of your damage dealt to the target over 5 seconds. After the duration dealt is a spell frost, deal it as spell frost damage to up to 5 enemies within 5 yards of the target. Deals 50% reduced damage for each target past the initial. So there we go. Make changes. So now we have that, and we have our deal. We don't really need the lay walk anymore, but we can use it if need be. But Thaumaturgy, blast enemy for 37 arcane damage, and unleash your active glyph effect. Okay, so it looks like Devin's on a work call right now. He'll join us as soon as he can. Ooh, we still got a quest back there to turn in. Yeah. So, this is the point at which we find out if, in order to be a spellcaster or a rune master in general, do you need to be level 10 to start completing these quickly, right? Book. We have Scrying Orb. Elemental Burst gets a level up. And that's all we have. Scrying Orb, conjure a Scrying Orb for 30 seconds that you can control directly and see through. Really don't understand that spell, to be honest with you. There's never really a reason to do it unless, you know, you're at a cave and you're like, I wonder if that cave has, you know, a world forged item in it. I don't know if it will work that way, but you could be like, let me pop this and use it to go troll around inside the cave. As long as it doesn't grab aggro, that would actually be useful if you're out trying to find world forged items. Four, then we've got 5 and then 6. Okay. And just like before, we're going to go through here and absolutely dominate. So now, as you'll see, I have a frost glyph on my head. And then when I proc Thaumaturgy, it activates that frost rune so that they take a little bit of damage. And they get slowed. But now we actually get to do a little bit more damage, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, already I feel like we're doing more damage because I can basically just spam this back and forth. And then Firebrand goes off and does some more damage. There will come a point where we get we'll get up to 3 glyphs. We'll get the frost glyph, and then we proc something else, and it gives us a fire glyph. Then we proc something else, and we get an arcane glyph. And then you proc Thaumaturgy, and it detonates everything. It does an AoE spell. So, but yeah, that's what it feels like right now, is the fact that this class doesn't really get strong until level 10. Because now we're punching through stuff like it's not there. You know what I mean? Okay. There we go. Maybe for scouting dungeons. Hydro, so two things. One, getting the okay, you're making my ass super hot, you stupid heater. Getting heirloom gear is relatively easy. It does not take money to get it if you don't want to spend money. It just takes a lot of runes of ascension. On this server, it might be a little difficult to do, but overall, it is not super difficult because really realistically, all you need to do in order to get tons of marks of ascension, if you're on Area 52, if you're on Elune, if you're on Bronzebeard, since those servers are a lot more populated, you are capable of getting the runes or marks of ascension or whatever very quickly by just doing, if you're level 60, do your dailies, or 70, depending on what server you're on. Do your daily quests. Those give you tons of runes of ascension. Do random dungeons. Those give you tons of marks of ascension, runes of ascension, those kinds of things. So they're relatively easy to get. Because you can get in the neighborhood of like, what, 100k a day? Oh, we already did that step. Okay. So you can get like one piece a day, something like that, if you're able to complete all of the quests every day. Plus, it helps you get gear for whatever character you are currently playing. Outside of that, I mean, yeah, if you don't want to spend, you know, $20 per heirloom set, I feel you, you know? So... And I agree. Maybe the eyeballs for dungeon, but most dungeons people know nowadays. So you're not really happening to go out and be like, oh, I need to figure out where to go in this dungeon. There is a bow there. I'm not going to go finish clearing out that because that's just a waste of time. I'm just trying to complete as many quests as possible, because as soon as Devin's able to join us in chat, I'm going to let him know that I will go make a Venomancer. He's more than welcome to make a new thing, because as of right now, he is... Well, I mean, he's still level 1, so I don't know if he's doing anything or he's waiting until we're able to chit-chat, and then I just make a new character to play with him. But apparently he's on a work call at the moment. But here relatively soon, Hydro, you're going to get to see that Venomancer. That's Troll. I can tell you, final decision for me, Rune Master, not it. So right now it is still Stormbringer. I was having a ton of fun with the Stormbringer, so that is most likely the class that I'm going to be maining. But we still have several spellcasters to get through before we make that ultimate decision. Rebuff. Oh, another rare. Okay. All right. Now we get to go turn in everything so that we can go do the wrenches and then go do all this to turn in those 3 quests. Ugh, we're doing good. Doing good. I wish... Yeah, level 11, we're going to get one that gives us a flame glyph. So then we'll have a frost rune and a flame rune. Yoink. Glory to the whole. I don't know, for half a second, as soon as I heard glory, my brain went Blood Elf. It was like, oh, glory to the Sindor Eye. There's level 11. Grab us a fire rune. What? Was that a passive? Oh, yeah. Okay, so using Elemental Burst or Primordial Blast while Frost Glyph is active will now grant you a Flame Glyph. So that's a passive skill there. So we'll get to check that out here in just half a second. Dabu. Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought I picked up all the quests. We apparently missed one. Here we go. Admiral's orders. Okay. That's everything. Yeah, that's all the turn animals except for the stuff that's up here. Mount up. Run. That almost got us to 12, turning it in all like that. So that's good. We have 40 minutes left to try and get this guy up to at least 13 so he's comparable to the others. Okay. And then we go and pick this up. Boing. And then we're going to run to that tree right there so that we can pick up the quest that takes us into the cave to do an extra quest so that we can turn all that in. Doing good. Don't aggro on me, you evil scorpions. Let me live in peace, please, so that I can take out all the Naga. Eee. Alright, so now you get to see, we get to do Frost Rune, Fire Rune, and then Detonate. So, you have Frost Rune, you have Fire Rune, and then you get to detonate it. And for whatever reason, sometimes it says that we do damage with the rune. Or with thaumaturgy, but it doesn't actually do damage. It's weird. And kaboom. It does plenty of damage now. Like, see, again, this is one of those classes where it feels really bad until you hit level 10, and then all of a sudden, or well, for this one, level 11, then all of a sudden, it's like, this class actually is really good. Where prior to it, you're like, oh my god, I don't, this, get me off this class, you know? Am I done with the relics? I am. Okay. There's all 10 of those. Wait till we get the thing that gives us the arcane rune. This one right here. Because, like, so you get Empowered Magi, your weapon engravings now have a 5% increased critical or chance to apply their brand to the. Let's try that again. Your weapon engravings now have a 5% increased chance to apply brand on direct damage dealt. That's passive. And then we could go arcane, right? Or we could go cold rune blast. Blast anything with frigid runic magic, dealing 55 spell frost damage and applying cold rune fusion. This is the one where when it deals or it accumulates damage and then detonates to hit multiple targets. So that one's good for AoE purposes, for like dungeons and whatnot. But outside of that, I would not recommend it. Okay. Excuse me. Good night, man. We got these 2 quests to turn in. This will get us to 12. 12 will give us a point for this side. We're going to drop straight down because it's the only option we have, but reduces the resource cost of your spells and abilities by 15%. Not, again, that we were having issues with mana, but anything to help helps. Goodness, man. These yawns are ridiculous. Okay. Right. We really need to empty out our bags. But we're going to go turn in shinies. Start that quest line. We have 34 minutes left. Okay. Attunement of air. Attune yourself with air, increasing your movement speed by 20% and gives you a 20% chance to resist movement impairing effects. Meh. Book of the Magi. Empowers an ally with primordial power, increasing their spirit by 9 for 30 minutes. Oh, I forgot. We got to go do that. Runeblade gets a rank up, which is meh. And then... So, that's a buff. That can go there. This is Attunement of Air. That goes here. Or no. Wait, why? No. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So, what we want to do gear-wise, we're grabbing that. Now that we know that we need spirit, right? Make sure we have heirlooms clicked up. Polished. So, preened. This stuff. I believe gives me leather with int and spirit. Yeah. So it's all the same stats. It's just leather versus cloth. Oh, well, in that case, I'm not going to worry about it. I was hoping that it was going to give me more spirit. I could have sworn I had gotten one that had like a ton of spirit. I guess not. Because that's agility here. Ugh. Goodness gracious. Okay, same thing. We'll start doing the Harpy quests after we go and collect his quest, and then her quest for the alligators. Because remember, this is the weird one where we have to hearth in order to turn it in properly. So we're going to go here first. This. Okay. Okay. Grab his quest. Now we're going to do all the harpies. Then we'll run down and do this. Actually, I'm going to test something. Probably a terrible idea to test this. But I know that some of the harpies that we need are over here. So I wonder if we can run straight through this area here. Take out all the harpies that we see. Collect the 5 bags that I know for a fact we can get over here. That bag. We're not dealing with mana issues, so I'm going to go ahead and do it to where we move faster. Okay. Not bad. It might take a little bit longer to get back over to the side that we wanted. But this is giving us the opportunity to take out some harpies. As well as getting all 5 of the bags. Completing 2 quests. Dos questies. But then you just run down this way. And this takes you through here, which is where we usually fight the harpies anyway. So now we just need one more yellow harpy. And since we're going to end up hearthing, I think we're going to go get the alligators first. And then we'll do Fizzle Claw so that we can turn in Fizzle Claw, turn in, run up to the Queen, turn in her quest for the Harpies, and then we just run back behind to turn in his quest for the bag. I think that will be it, right? So, like, what I'm thinking about doing is we run over here, we get the alligators. As we run back, we drop and do Dark Storm. Then we hearth. We turn in her quest. We run and turn in her quest. We run and turn in his quest, then we come back over here to do that quest to turn it in. That might be the faster option for us. Officially at 24 minutes remaining for the Rune Master. And homie is not even level 13 yet. We got it in 2 last time. Nope. There we go. Grant resolve. Become this hard stone. No, thank you. Rune of Ice. Unleash a frost rune at the enemy, stunning them for 4 seconds. Man. Phase out. Disappear from sight. Entering an improved stealth for 6 seconds and applying a rune shroud. Warp blade now causes your next spell or ability within 8 seconds to listening. Oh, yeah, we tried that when we were doing a melee build on this guy once. That would be a good skill to have, I guess. Whee! I want to take him down so bad. Alright, ready? Let's clear the way. I'm going to take that elite down. I'll waste time for it. Why not? We already know that Rune Master is not the way we're going to be going with this. Let's see if our little level 12 can take out this elite. Level 12 rare elite. I know this dude hits like an absolute truck. Woo! Oh, that was a me or him sitch right there, man. That was a me or him sitch right there. There was no running. But we took him out, so that's good. Alright. Let's turn in this quest. This might get us to 13. Yep. He's going to send us off to the next guy. And we're going to vendor real quick, because we are massively full on inventory here. we go. Up to 1 gold on this guy, though. Okay. We have 20 minutes left. So now we're going to run up to the queen, turn hers in, run over there, turn that in, run over there, turn that in, which now gives us the next quest to go take out even more harpies. And I think we're going to go with... I'm going to go with that. Because, like, why not? So now I could throw Cold Rune Blast on an enemy and they'll just take continuous damage. Or not continuous damage, but they'll take cumulative damage. And then once the spell wears off, it explodes and does AoE damage. Again, not really useful in single player kind of aspects this early on, as we're not able to just gather up a bunch of stuff and then go detonate. But if we were playing with like a tank, or we were doing dungeons, or we were doing Mana Storm, something of that nature, having that ability is really good. What's up, Mango? So. Okay, on to his next quest. And then, basically, by the time we finish this, and maybe the next quest for Morgaz, or whatever his name is, Margaz? Once we finish his quest, depending on how long it takes us to take out these harpies, we are probably going to be out of time for this character, which means we will be moving on to the Venomancer. And unfortunately, this guy is going to get deleted. So this skill right here, just to show you guys, use it, and then you'll see that it has a debuff on the target for like 4 seconds, and all the damage you can accumulate in that 4 seconds will cause them to detonate and take increased damage. I mean, we can definitely see that it is getting stronger the more we play. Oh, another rare. But, it definitely has taken to level 11 for it to get powerful. So it's kind of a bummer because the Rune Master really does feel like it's a relatively unique aspect on spellcasting. And for the fact that it takes longer to get to the point where you feel decent with it. And then on top of that, it doesn't really, I don't know. It feels a little on the clunky side. Not too bad. Like, it's not, oh my god, like, I'm waiting around to do something kind of clunky, but it doesn't feel like the level progression. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. The level progression of it doesn't feel streamlined because it's like you don't really get anything, you don't really get anything, you don't really get anything. Oh my god, you get everything. And it's like you kind of got to sprinkle it in so that somebody's going to want to choose the spellcaster class. Because right now, like, if I was playing this for the first time and I picked Rune Master and was like, this is what I want to play, I'm going melee. Because the melee, you start off with the melee skill. The game starts you with a sword, so you're already in that aspect of I'm going to be swinging a blade to do damage. Yeah, at level 2 you get elemental burst, but you could still be like, I can use that to draw in an enemy from a distance. So I throw that, they start coming, and then I beat on them with my sword. So make it more of a hybrid build, right? And then as you start getting more skills, like I can teleport now. I've got shrouds so that I can go invis and sneak up on stuff. So it's a whole spew of just this class does not feel streamlined in its leveling progressions so far. And that might be intentional. I know Rune Masters used to be, at least in raids. I don't know anymore. You guys could probably tell me better. But Rune Masters used to be one of the top DPSers as a melee, not as a spellcaster. As a melee, they were one of the top DPS in raids. And that's just because of their engraving mechanics while doing melee damage. Plus, they have the ability to throw, or at one point did. I don't know if we still have it. It may have been moved over to a core skill. But there was a ability where you could throw out a line of wind runes, and anybody that ran on those would get a like 60% increased movement speed for a duration. And so it was a way for the people to like go, hey, you know, you're the tank, make sure you hit this, and then you can just book it and pull a lot more while that speed buff is going, and then run them back into us, and we'll just obliterate them. And that's kind of how people use the Rune Master in 5-man dungeons, was like, we don't care about your damage, just throw the runes out so the tank can move faster. And more minutes. There's that AoE explosion. I was going to take him down faster, but then I was like, I want you guys to be able to see that explosion. Yep, that's all 6. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna turn this in, and then even though we'd still have technically 10 minutes, it's not gonna be enough time to go turn in the other quests, um, and get out to Barrens to do that first quest like we have done on a couple. This turning in everything will definitely hit level 14, so we're gonna call it 14 levels in 2 hours with this guy. It is clunky as a spellcaster. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But that's just... Well, we'll go turn it in. Let's officially hit 14. Go turn it in. Come on. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Thank you. We'll go officially hit 14. But the primary issue with the Rune Master is the fact that until you hit level 10, technically level 11 when you get your next rune, you don't feel... It doesn't feel like it's a strong class as a spellcaster. Now, as a melee, I don't know, because we didn't do this guy as a melee. So we'll have to find out. He's level 6, and we're about to swap characters. But, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a class where if you're going to play it, it's going to take some time and investment into it to get it to feel better. But outside of that, I mean, it does feel okay. It does feel strong once you get to level 11 and you have the ability to go hit this twice, or if they get too close, hit that, and then detonate it with this so that they take a bunch of damage. So that part feels really, really good. I like that part. I'm sure if we were doing this dude as a melee, it would be a completely different scenario where we'd feel stronger pretty much as we go, because it would be more primarily based on us swinging a weapon and doing that. Because, like, as a Rift Blade, you get Rune Blade, and then you're... I mean, skill-wise, that's all you get is Rift Blade. Unless you go with either Engravement, which is the highest DPS, this guy here. Or you go Rift Blade here, because you're going to get Primordial Blast and Surging Slash now refresh a charge of Rune Blade, which is good. Warp Blade, this allows you to basically teleport and smack things. Why am I running this way? And then you also have Smolder, which is a two-handed weapon skill to ignite your blade and strike an enemy, dealing 145% weapon damage plus 18 fire damage. It is purple this way. And then we have Engravement. This is probably the best bet for it if you're going to go melee. Engravement Rune Master allows you to dual wield, and Rune Blade now strikes an additional time for 35% of the weapon damage dealt with offhand weapons. You get Zenith. For 6 seconds, your rune attack tattoos flare up, increasing your chance to unleash a brand triggered by your weapon engraving by 100%. And then you get Runic Brand, requires 1 melee hand weapon. Brand an enemy dealing 21 spellfire damage with each weapon and marking the enemy for 8 seconds. Your next Rune Blade on the enemy causes an explosion, dealing an additional 22 spellfire damage to up to 8 nearby enemies. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is why that particular the engravement is the highest DPS there. I thought that was going to hit 14 for us, because we have literally like 5 minutes, and then we're swapping to the Venomancer. Oh, what's up, Def?
What's up?
Not a whole lot. I'll be swapping to Venomancer as soon as we hit 14 on this guy, because it technically has 5 minutes left on its 2-hour timer. And then we're going to do the same thing with the Venomancer and see how it feels in a 2-hour stretch. So, there's level 14, everybody. We'll do it on Rune of Ice. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. But there you go. We got to 14. As far as spells go, we get Glyph of the Magi. Enhance your allies with powerful magic, reducing their resource cost by 3% for 30 minutes. So another buff. We get Laylock. This is a skill that allows you to prevent people from spellcasting, and Primordial Blast now gets a rank up. We get Surging Slash, which does nothing for us because we're not melee. And that's that. But Surging Slash, strike an enemy and up to 5 nearby enemies, dealing 130% weapon damage plus 30 elemental damage. Each target struck reduces the damage dealt by 10%. Dispels 1 beneficial magic effect from the target. Great for PvP. And then Laylock just interrupts. So, but let's go ahead and delete this guy and make the Venomancer. Ooh. I saw you were doing a Knight of Zara.
Yes, sir.
Pretty neat.
Let's see. Create a new card.
I'm going to be going Troll for the Venomancer, just to let you know.
Melee.
Let's see. We're also going to get rid of Poulticed Cow. We'll get rid of the Necromancer. We'll get rid of the Blood Mage. Yeah, I'm going to keep that Stormbreaker because I have a strong feeling that... Well, no, I'll be remaking him anyway, but it doesn't really matter. I made enough for him. Alright, so then we click Troll. Let's see. People wanted to see Venomancer, so we're going to do it next. We'll go back to Primalist spellcasting once we get the Venomancer done. But just to let you guys know what we have left to do, we have Venomancer, Primalist, Chronomancer, Fellsworn, Witch Doctor, and I believe that's it. Yeah, that is all we have left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we'll end once we get the Venomancer done. Let's see. 2 hours will put me at 5 o'clock. That will be dinner time. So we'll be able to take a break after the Venomancer, and then really? It's not how I wanted that to be spelled, but whatever. But yeah, so what we'll do is once the Venomancer's 2 hours is up, we will go take a dinner break, and then when we come back from that, we will try to get at least one more class done, and then tomorrow we'll finish up with the last 3 classes and make our decision on what class we will be maining. Whew. All right. Let's get profile. Close. That's a heal. That's a buff, technically.
That felt good. I had something stuck in my teeth.
Oh, I've had that happen a couple times. Alright, and then we got heirloom items. Sorcerer. Did I give myself the leggings? I did. What about the helm? Good, yes. Gloves. I was on to. Looks like bracers.
Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That's what I needed.
Okay, that's all done. Move you. Move you. I should be standing right next to you, Barb.
Yep. This is weird. It says I don't have the proficiency to wear that armor.
Which
But when I
armor?
click or when I hover over it, it says I can. Like
Which
the
armor?
leather's not red.
Oh, that I don't know. I haven't played a Barb in a while, so I don't remember if you have to start off with cloth armor and then get to leather. It's been a hot minute, so I don't remember. Sorries. Okay, wardrobe, cosmetics, apply, sets. I'm gonna go that set for the Venomancer because that makes sense. What? Um.
Robe. Apply.
There we go. Does it have a value? It does have a value.
X's.
There we go. All right. Find a cure. Sell all that so when I hit level 2, I can immediately get my next skill. Hopefully, it's a spellcasting skill. Oh, collect you. Hey, look at you. Got some gear on now.
Yeah, it's cloth, but I got a transmog to look somewhat brutish.
Yeah, looks good to me. And let's get out the book. There we go.
All
right. I will wait for you over here near the piggies.
Oink, oink, oink.
Oh, we also have to group up.
True.
I'll do it this way. Boom, boom, invite. Bam. I like how you're a purple dot for a barbarian. I mean, red, brown, you know, like that kind of colors. Because, like, for me, the Fellsworn should be purple.
If it makes you feel better, you're a white dot with a black center. So you actually literally look like an eyeball.
Yeah, which makes no sense for a Venomancer either. Somebody in chat was asking about the Barbarian earlier, so... Or, well, they were asking what the best melee class was, in my opinion, which, you know me and melees. So I was like, I don't really have one, but if I had to pick one, I'd say Barbarian was my favorite to play. Because at a certain point, it becomes a essentially a charge and spend to win kind of build. I got one more pig over here. There's level 2.
Boom, 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 boom,
You're
boom.
not going to come over here and get the flowers?
Yep. I forgot to put out my loot bot, and so I was running back.
Oh,
So-
yeah. I gotcha. Wow. I apparently don't get a level 2 skill?
Bummer.
Yeah, according to my book, the next thing I get is level 6, which is Scorpid form. It's weird. So in other words, I get Venom Bolt for 6 levels before this gets anything, I guess.
Oh, what fun it is to have only one freaking skill. Hey.
I mean, that's the Rune Master until like level 6 as well. That was rough. Because like at level 2 you get your first spellcaster skill, and then you just feel really weak as a spellcaster until level 11. And then you're like, oh, now I feel like a spellcaster. So, I mean, I still think the most fun class I've had so far has been the Stormbringer with the changes they did to it.
I don't know. I still like my Witch Hunter.
Yeah, Witch Hunter's good. They changed it though, which is kind of the bummer. Because the like, if you remember correctly, like some of the tanks that we saw that were Witch Hunters that were doing like that mass fire AoE damage while a tank. That doesn't exist anymore. Like you can't do the skill that they were using is no longer a skill.
I know.
So it's like I'm sure they're still decent tanks, but they're not going to be the top DPS as a tank anymore. Okay.
And the melee DPS can't use that skill either, which was their bread and butter.
Yeah, that was how they did their damage. So now I have no idea.
Eight Scorpion Tails.
Toxic arts. I like how now the class quests are not really quests. They're just they go talk to the person and they're going to be like, "Hey, you're a whatever you are." Because like used to, the Venomancer had to run all the way back up around where the Scorpids were and heal a dude.
Yep.
And now I just go, "Hey, look, I'm a Venomancer," and they're like, "Yes, you are a Venomancer. Please stop talking to
Take
me."
this for free.
It's like, here's some experience. Go away. Alright, I have all of the quests.
I gotta get the peons. For those who fell, we release you.
Where are you running to?
Gotta cure some people with bad dreams.
Got it. Okay. I was trying to figure out what quest you were doing, and you ran off that way. And I was just like, wait a minute. Spiritual unrest. 2 of 5. 3 of 5. And 4 of 5. And 5 of 5. Boop. Alright. Now it's just peons, apples, scorpids, vile familiars.
Yep.
I'll wait for you before I go smack this guy. Because I'm ready to do some smack.
Give him a good thwack. That should be close enough. Yep, I got it.
I think I have discovered the best route, so to speak, for the quests once you leave the Value Trials. To get the most amount of XP per... I know people rate it by per hour, but... like, just based off of the route that I've done now, like, 3 times, I feel like I'm getting more accomplished faster. You went the opposite direction of me, and I just smacked a peon. I hope you got that.
I did. I'm at 3 of 5.
Good.
And I'm at 4 apples.
I'm at 2 apples, but I'm also getting some scorpions while I'm over here. Two scorpions. 3 scorpions. And you should have, what, a bleed effect by now, if I remember correctly? Unless they changed that too. It's kind of like the original Warrior's Rend ability, if I remember correctly. Oh, I missed? Really? There we go. I need one more apple and I'm done. And one more scorpid and one more peon.
Got my apples.
I'm gonna run over here where there's a World Forged item, grab my last apple, grab the World Forged item, and then start taking out Vile Familiars. And we still need the 1 peon, but there's one over there next to that tree. This will get me to 4. So far, I'm going to say that this guy is as slow as the cultist in terms of spellcasting speed. As far as damage goes, it's about on par with the cultist as well. It hits slightly harder than the cultist did. Here's the last Vile Familiar I need. There we go. Done. Running back to town to turn it all in.
Oh, I've still got to go grab the flower. What? Oh no, that's the blood from the thing inside.
Yeah.
Never mind.
The dangerous sample.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh, I don't have enough money. Fungify. Transforms an enemy into a Fungarian, preventing them from acting for 40 seconds. Damage dealt will interrupt this effect. While fungified, enemies will rapidly regenerate health, remove all poisons and diseases the target, and can only affect one target at a time. What? That makes no sense to me, but okay. So basically, it's the polymorph from the mage, but it also heals the enemy. It cures them of any poison effects, but it will disease them. Level 5. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's click the book. Verify Serpent Snake, Debilitating Venom, and that's all I got. So, I got the ability to polymorph. I got the Serpent's Fang, which is an instant cast. Blast an enemy dealing 48 nature damage, and it heals up to 5 allies within 15 yards of the target. So that's a neat spell. And then I got a new poison. Activate debility for 2 hours, giving your cast 30% chance to drop a 5-yard poison cloud on the ground beneath your target that slows them. Oh, wait, hold on. I thought this was for melee stuff. Giving your casts a chance to poison the enemy shadow damage over 6 seconds. You may only have one of each venom active at a time, maximum 2 venoms. Oh, so I can pop this and this. Alright, okay. That might make us feel a little more powerful. Oh, you were using my book. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I got everything done.
Your guy is in permanent crouch mode on my screen.
That's funny.
This will also show the difference between solo questing for XP using just the heirloom gear and being in a party of 2. I can, in 2 hours, get to about level 14. If I'm booking it as fast as I can to do the quests, right? Level 14 is about the limit of 2 hours. So we'll see how close we get to that. Okay, that was odd. I hit it. It said it was at half health when you were fighting it. And then it got a heal, like I healed you. And then for whatever reason it said the enemy also went to full health.
Interesting.
Okay. I mean, you were significantly kicking the snot out of me in DPS right now.
That tends to be the case with the melees. I guess because they're getting hit so much as well that they have to hit harder to not get killed, especially from ranged attackers.
Well, I also think that you're getting your auto attack, your auto melee attack, though it's not something you have to click, it's just something that occurs. Whereas spellcasters aren't getting that. We don't have a auto attack. as a spellcaster. So we're already missing damage there. And then on top of that, your attack speed is based on your weapon speed plus haste. So you get more haste plus faster weapon means faster swinging of skills and auto attacks. Whereas spellcasters, we are 100% based off of speed, or haste rather. And then global cooldown rate. So, but the problem is even if I stack a ton of haste, if my spell takes 5 seconds to cast, the fastest I can cast it is ever going to be like 3 seconds. If I cap out on haste.
I can pop my gate.
Sure. I can't remember if... I know at one point it wouldn't let us use each other's gates, so hopefully that got fixed. Yoink. I got to use the gate.
Yay, me too.
Okay, almost level 6 though, which is nice. Turning these in should hit level 6, which means I'll get Scorpid form. That does not help me, but at least I'll get Scorpid.
Yeah, that's your tank form.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing I do like about the Venomancer, is it's very druid-esque of like the old form druid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I also got Stalker form, which is the DPS form. So at level 6, I got the tank form, I got the DPS form, so Scorpid and Spider. And then I got skills that associate with both of those forms. That is so gross. Like that.
It's a spider.
Eventually, I'll get a form for spellcasting. I don't remember what level it is that I get that, but I do get it. I'm a 60-time chrono on Shana. I don't know what they're talking about in chat. I haven't been paying attention. Let's see here.
The way is shut.
I'll grab this one if you want to grab one of the other deals, because we should still be close enough to get them. Did you get the one I did?
Yes.
Okay, so then we just need this guy and then the cave. Dude, I kid you not, I had the worst luck the other day. I don't remember which class it was I was playing. But I was doing the cave over here. I had to take out basically every snake before it gave me the snake essence.
I've done that a few times.
I was like, are you serious? And then like I took out like 4 bats and got it, and like 3 spiders and got it. Well, now that I know that I can stack these poisons that I'm getting, this actually feels a lot better. I thought they were for the melee stuff. I did not realize that they worked with spellcasting. It'd be funny if I could poison your weapons. Like, make that as a buff and be like, oh, no, I want you to do the poison cloud effect, you know?
Yeah.
And then my guy worry about doing the damage over time kind of poisons and just buff different people with different types of poisons. Oh, there it is. Oh, and I just hit that guy. Downside is that second spell, it is an instant cast. I don't know if it got fixed, but my spider mount was getting a weird, like, slow fall effect. Where, like, if I jumped off of hills, it would slow fall, but I would still take damage. I got one. There we go.
Yep. Got the essence.
I also have a heal. You just passed a spider. Several spiders. There it is.
There we go.
And then I'm going to cheat to get down to the very bottom. Geronimo! Hey, level 4. I'm a level 6. I gotta wait for my partner to get down here, though. You didn't want to jump off the edge?
I did.
Oh. I'll start combat. You'll be here in just a second. If you can get up out of the water.
I'm trying.
Don't worry, bud.
Here.
Don't worry, bud. I got it. I got it, bud.
I tried. But the water was like quicksand. It just kept dragging me back in.
You know, there's the couple of guys that are on YouTube that will do that, you know, why do we call it this if it's really this kind of thing?
Yeah.
And he does one where he's like, why do we call it quicksand if it moves very slow? I'm just like, that's a good question. Better question is why in Hollywood, when somebody gets into quicksand, you know, even when they're not, like, if they stop moving, they still sink. When in reality, it's only when you're struggling do you sink in quicksand. If you don't move at all, you don't move at all. You're still stuck. But, yeah.
Why do we park in the driveway and drive on parkways?
Why is it that when we send something via ship, it's called a cargo, but when we put it in a car, it's called a shipment?
Why do we bake cookies but cook bacon?
Well, that's because it's a pig and it's delicious. I was like, I clicked the fire one and I kept seeing, I forget you also have to go back and talk to the guy. You'd think I'd remember that since I've done this quest today 3 other times. But,
It's always the minute details that escape our old brains.
I tell you what. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Just like the things that we name things. It's just like, why? Why are they named this? Do you like my evil horns?
Yes, I have some stimuli.
Now, yours are way more evil because they come off of you and they have a green aura. I have like monk orbs on my shoulders and gloves, and then I have this weird like evil horn helm. It's weird. Grab those and then go talk to this guy.
After you kill an enemy that yields experience or honor, you can use this ability to consume its meat, regaining health over time. Oh, nice.
Wheat.
Apparently, barbarians get the undead
the,
heal.
yeah, the undead ability. I watched a guy, he does hardcore PvP, or no, he doesn't do hardcore. He does PvP, and him and like 3 of his buddies or 4 of his buddies are all undead rogues. And so they'll go gank people. Do what?
I forgot or didn't pick up this guy's quests. Just completed the previous one.
Oh. But they'll go off as rogues and they'll go gank somebody. And then if like they try to 1v1 the people, right? Like they don't it's not like him and his buddies all gank the same person. Like if they get to him first, it's like, okay, I'm taking on whatever it is. But if somebody comes in and tries to stop the quote unquote duel that they're doing, then the buddies will jump in, they'll gank the person that comes in, and then to put insult to injury, they all go over and use the undead eat corpse animation. And it's like, it makes me giggle. Oh man.
Salt in the wind.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Did I just one tap him?
Yeah, you just one-tapped that. My spell hadn't even gone off yet when he died. Like, it went off as I cast it, he died. Like...
That was pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what skill you used, but that was dope.
That was just my basic, or my
Oh, I just
first skill.
I just one-tapped that guy for 110 health. Now we just have the witch.
Ooh, I almost went off the edge on that one.
So I get to do damage over time, which is nice. And then every once in a while I get a different poison on her that puts a poison cloud underneath her. So she takes even more poison damage.
I just kept beating the crap out of her with my big axe.
Be like, here. Let's play catch. Nope. Nope. Well, I take it back. This guy does not feel like the cultist. Now that I know that the poisons work the way they do. I thought the poisons were for melee only. And I was going to be like, well, that's lame because I'm going spellcaster. And then I run this way, and then I run this way, and then I fall down here. Then I run over here, and then I'm going to jump on this hut. Like this. Jump.
Oh.
Not, not jump again. Ugh. Gonna keep going. Technically, we could have just used used my gate this time, since we had to go back to town and turn in the quest, but I forgot it. I also haven't been using my gates for anything in any of my runs. Maybe I could have gotten to 15 on a couple classes. I've been using that.
That might have made a difference.
But not everybody's going to have the gate, so...
Right.
With heirloom gear on, 14 is basically the cap.
That's cat.
Hey, level 8. I'm surprised we're level 8 while we're partnered up like this, to be honest. Boop. What do I get for level 8? Arachnophobia. Horrify. Requires tunnel below. Horrifies all enemies within 5 yards for 4 seconds and deals 39 nature damage to them. Tunnel below. Burrow beneath the ground, entering stealth, lasts until cancelled. While stealth, Venom Fang has no cost and deals 150% increased damage, scaling with your level. Some more stuff for the DPS. Oh no, that's requires Stalker form, which, yeah, so it does require the spider.
The spider.
Lame. Okay, so from here, we actually are going to be running to Razor Hill. If we get lucky and the cart happens to be outside, which I have not gotten once, we want to take the cart. Because then we're going to pick up all the quests in Razor Hill. We're going to... we're not going to do any of the quests from Razor Hill, technically. But we're going to pick up all the quests because when we run back up... Huh?
I said other than crack a few eggs.
No, I picked that quest up because we're going to be doing Sinjin Village. But I pick up everything because then what happens... once I pick everything up, I go down to Sinjin Village, I do all of those quests, and then instead of skipping the castle to pick up the quest to then go back to the castle, I've already got the quest. So I just go do the castle and do the normal run from there. It's actually saving me quite a bit of time.
No, you said you're not going to do any of the quests, and I said except for crack a few
Oh,
eggs.
yeah. My bad. I misunderstood. Doesn't look like the cart is gonna be here for us on this run either. This game is starting to hate me. The only quest that's gonna be difficult for us is gonna be shinies, because we both have to get 6 of those.
Yeah.
But
But if we pick it up... Oh, no, because we get that in Sinjin Village. Never mind.
yeah, it's the quest we get as we are leaving Sinjin. But what I will say, though, is what I've been doing, just to kind of go full circle with it, if you haven't seen the last run I did, is, so I pick everything up in Razor Hill, I get my mount, all that fun jazz, right? Then I run back down to Sinjin Village, I do all of Sinjin Village, complete all of it, and instead of hearthing back, I run back, I get the shinies, I go over and I do the castle. I go do the pig dudes. Then I go turn all of that in, including the water one where you have to get the water from the place where the little pond right outside of Razor Hill. So I do that. Then that gives me the Gnomish Tools quest thing. So then I go run out there. I go grab that, and then I run up and I do the cave for the new quest line. So I can turn in those 3 quests all at the same time. And then I go and do both Harpy quests, Dark Storm, Fizzle, whatever his name is. I go do him and the Alligator quests all at the same time. And that has been actually, I want to think, anyway, that it has been faster XP grabbing doing it that way, because it's less running back to town. The only quest I haven't been doing is the stupid stay a while. Is that just trying to get that guy to talk faster is impossible.
Every time you mention that quest, I still hear Deckard Cain.
Uh-huh, yeah. Well, for, like, the first day I was streaming this, I kept saying stay a while and listen. And I was like, I don't want to piss off Blizzard. Maybe I should say it correctly. But it's 100% a reference to Deckard Cain from Diablo.
It has to be.
Like, there's no other reason to have a quest called that. Now, granted, Blizzard didn't make that quest. That is 100% the developers of this, the Ascension WoW. But yeah, that's awesome. I love it.
That just shows their appreciation for Blizzard's products.
Exactly. That down there, because I'm going to get the water before we start running back to Sinjin. I doubt the cart is going to be back. Technically, I could hearth back to... Well, no, because I just set my hearths down to Razor Hill. So, no, I couldn't. I was going to say I could hearth back to Valley of the Trials, but nope. Alright, I just got to fill up my glass vial, and then I can start running, I think. Oh, no, I got that quest to turn in. Oops. Then I can fill up the vial and then start running. I turn this in, and I get the next quest. There we go. Now I have everything. Now, if we had 3 people doing this, we'd have 2 run to Sinjin Village. 1 would run up here, gather all this, and then share all the quests that are technically shareable.
Mm-hmm.
And that might end up being a little bit faster. But with 2, it's just simpler to have both come up here and get their mount. Okay, cart, are you coming back? Oh, the cart is coming back. Almost perfectly timed. I think I'll wait for the cart. Because I have been trying to wait for this stupid cart for 3 characters. Alright, I'm getting on the cart. I'm getting on the cart.
I got on the cart.
I like how I'm sitting on the bench and you're just like chilling on the flat bed. Also, I don't like the fact that there's a barrel of explosive in here. There's an angle at which I can view this cart, and the chain that's holding the other chain links together disappears.
Mm-hmm.
That's how thin that chain is. I wouldn't trust it. Okay, almost to the point where we just jump out and run. And in 3, 2, 1, jumpies. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
You mounted up. I did not.
I know. Report to Sinjin Village. I've reported.
Greetings. I am Archer.
Okay, I have all the quests. And now we just have to take out every single one of these guys so that we get all of our cloth pieces. Fun. Let's see. Already halfway done with the cloth. Oh, there's another piece. And another piece. Oh yeah. This class, the spellcaster on this is starting to feel much better. There's all 8. I'll grab the outrunner in the back. And switch. Shoot, we might be 10 before we finish all these quests for Sinjin. So I'm already halfway to 9.
Yep.
I do like the self-healing that this class has now. Because I don't think it had that the last time I played the Spellcaster. Oh no, last time I played this, aside from doing the tier videos, was I did a healer and got it to like level 15, but then never played it. Because I was going to make a healer for you because you were talking about going tank. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll make a healer. And then we ended up going a different route. And I was like, yeah, well, there went that answer idea. All right. I've had mixed luck with this quest. Sometimes I get real lucky, and then sometimes I don't.
One eyeball.
I'm up to 2. The one you did and the one I just did. 2 mucus.
Yep, I'm up to 2.
I'm at 2 of 2.
That's weird. I need like 4 of them.
2 mucus, 2 eyeballs.
Wow.
There's my 3rd eyeball.
3 eyeballs. Luck be a lady tonight.
There's 3 mucus. Four
mucus.
And 5.
Yep.
There's all the eyeballs. Nice. 6. 7.
7.
I'm gonna head towards this island over here because I know there's one more crab this way as well. Plus, we can start doing the eggs and kitty cats. You've got an hour left. There's all 8. Nice. Great job. Great drop chance. No on that pelt.
It wasn't a pelt. No, it was the
For
raptor.
no, I'm talking about I killed one of the kitty cats that was over there, and it didn't drop anything. And there's the first egg. That's the only part of the quest that's going to take a hot second, is because you've got to get 3 eggs, and I've got to get 3 eggs.
Yep, I'll grab this one.
But we're at 2 furs. I'm going to go over here and work on the 3rd.
Did not get one.
Your 2nd egg will be over here.
So you want me to grab this one too?
Yeah. Just have you grab your 3 first, and then we can run backwards. And I can grab the first 2, and there's probably one on the main island. Your guy's doing that weird jumpy thing again. But then again, you were in a permanent kneeling state just a little while ago. You would stop moving and your guy would just kneel. Let's see. Boop, boop.
There's eggs over here.
There is. We can go there. Nope, you made a shell hide mad. There's also kitty cats over here, so.
Yep. There's number 3.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking for the sparklies for the stupid eggs. And I'm not seeing any sparklies for the eggs. There's 4. It says there should be one right here. Yep, I found it. One of 3. If we want to try and get all 3 while we're on this island, we can, because there's like 5 more spots. Level 9. One more level and we're done. Alright, I see my 3rd egg. It's over here. Then we gotta go take out some fellow trolls. Oh, I didn't know. Well, same species as me. Shadra's Prayer, rank 1, is now ready to level up according to my chat bar. Yeah. On mine, your guy is trying to swim and run simultaneously. It's funny. So he's like head bobbing in the water. It's without seeing it, it's hard to explain. Just realized my phone was about to die. Oh, that would have been a bummer.
Ooh. You remind me of the babe. The babe with the power. The power of voodoo.
I was watching a thing about that movie, and I didn't realize that they hired a guy to come in and do all of the scenes with the crystal balls. I was about to say the ball scenes. But all the effects with the crystal balls where he like juggles them and adds more and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, they just used a stunt double who could do it. No. They used a guy who could, like, knew how to do the stunts by looking at them. And then he had to basically put his arm through a special sleeve or a special hole in what's-his-face's jacket, and then through his sleeve, and then be able to hide from the camera and do all the tricks without looking at them. I'm like, that's some dedication to the art right there. It was crazy to learn that. Okay. We need 1 more Hex, 3 more Voodoos, and Zalzane, who's going to be coming at me here in just half a second. There's the Hex, and then you got an extra one. Hello, Zalzane. I got him to pause to heal. Venomancer can hit hard, man. This is nice. And I'm not even level 10 yet. Still not as good, in my opinion, as the Stormbringer. But that's because I like all the lightning effects. We need one more troll. Boom, we're done. Let's go. I wish this was a 2-person map. Where you going? You good? Oh, he's muted, so he's on the phone. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Okay, and then we run for that diamond right there so we can turn it in. That will get us to level 10. So we do level a little slower, I feel. Because we've got 45 minutes. Basically, 45 minutes. And this class will be done. So in 45 minutes, we got to get 4 more levels to tie with everybody else. So we'll see. But we are 100% hitting level 10 here, I think. I don't know why I said 100% and then I think. But we should, in theory, hit level 10 here by turning all these in. I hope so, anyway. Ah, so close. This will get us level 10. So it's about 1 quest turn in lower. There's level 10. So now we get to pick our class. And obviously we're going to pick the hardest one out of the bunch, apparently. You have tank, you have melee damage dealer, you have healer, and we are going as a spellcaster. So we're going to get Rot Weaver form. Shapeshift into the Rot Weaver form, increasing spell damage by 25% of intellect and causing critical strikes to restore 5% missing mana. Cannot use healing spells while in Rot Weaver form, with the exception of Sandra's Prayer. We also get the Fungal Assailant. Instant cast, summon a Fungarian to attack enemy, dealing 65 plague damage, and instantly applying debilitating venom to your target. Lasts 20 seconds. And then we also get Wilt. Wilt, the life of an enemy with vile poison, dealing 90 nature damage over time. So, love that. So now we have Rotweaver form. And there you go. That's our new form. Book. Oh, I'm out of money. We got plenty of stuff to sell, though, when we make it back to town. We're going to go ahead and grab up our shinies while we wait for Devin to catch up. He's 100% on the phone. That or wifey came home. One of the two. But if I had to make a guess, I'm just saying. If I had to make a guess, I'm guessing he's on the phone. Choo choo, choo choo choo. Okay. We just need the 2 more, 1 there, 1 there, and then we can wait for Dev.
All right, sorry, got a call. I'm back though.
No, you're good. I figured that's what the case was. I just picked up the shiny stuff. I did hit level 10. And apparently the Rotweaver is the most difficult spec for. But hey, we get a really cool, gross looking spellcasting form. This thing is. I'm like half spider. I'm a weird drider. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe this. Okay, I take it back. We actually look pretty beast when you zoom in. Now, if only it could move as fast as a mount, since I have 6 freaking legs.
So I went with the one barbarian class I haven't played up to this point,
Throw barb?
which is the ancestry barb.
Oh, so the support.
It's a melee DPS and support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a non-cast. It's a non-healing support class. It's weird.
Well, it actually has a small heal.
Yeah, but it's not a healer support role. Like there are healer classes that are listed as supports.
Yeah.
Because they're basically you're like, hey, we take off the buffs and we buff, and that's it. Your guy is I buff and then beat the snot out of stuff.
Yep. And I get to buff the whole party, not just myself.
Yep. And then the 6th one is right here.
Yep.
And then, so this is why I pick up all those quests. Because otherwise, what we had to do was run all the way to town to collect all the quests, to then come over here anyway. So, by collecting the quests, we just come over here before we go to town. But now, I actually hit harder, and for giggles, I can summon that. I don't know how long it stays out, but it's cool that I have it. I think he already disappeared. Oh, nope. Now he did. Okay. Ooh. I can tell you this, I'm going to be hiding away here in the garage tomorrow because Aaron's mother is coming over for Christmas Eve. And I don't know how many children are going to end up being in this house, but I can tell you this. It's enough to give... Yeah, it's going to give me a headache. So I may be telling sister to be like, hey, I don't care what the kids are doing out here, but I'm going to stream since, you know, potential to make money kind of thing.
Right.
The only day I won't be streaming, I think, is going to be Christmas, unless, you know, we get done opening presents and everybody leaves and I get bored. I'll still be playing video games. I just may not stream tomorrow. Alright, let's see. I need 3 more Marines.
We're about to get 2 of them.
Oh.
Oh, here's 1. That'll be 3.
I got stunned. I can't. I'll use my stick. I don't know where I just pulled my staff out of. I'll use it.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer.
Oh, yeah, no. 1000%.
My turn, my turn. Bye.
It's weird that Lootbot has that problem. Dang it. But what you call it? When you use the transmog to make anything a loot bot, it does not. Alright, mounting up. So now from here, I run across and I go ahead and do the encroachment quest for the Quillbore.
Yep.
And we have basically 30 minutes to get 4 levels to catch up. So I have a feeling that it starts off kind of about the same speed as being solo, but I think it quickly gets to where it's, you know, I think we're 1 quest behind right now in terms of yeah. So because I think you go from 100% XP to, I want to say it's like 80-ish. Since we took out enough of them for me to grab the bow, I'll grab the bow. Not that I need it. Oh, we're in combat, so it doesn't matter. I'll take out this Quillbore just so that I can mount up and jump off. Yahoo!
No para chu.
Yeah. I'm having fun with the Venomancer, but I don't think it outclasses the amount of fun I was having with the Stormbringer.
Then I just got to figure out what I'm gonna do next time.
Well, the next one for me is the Primalist. Primalist does have a melee build, just FYI. And then after that, I have Chronomancer, which does not have a melee build. So take that for what you will. And then I have to do a, what you call it? Fellsworn, and then Witch Doctor are the last 2. Both have melee builds, if I remember correctly.
Witch Doctor does not. Witch Hunter does.
Oh, that's right. Witch Doctor is healer and spellcaster. Like 2 different spellcasters, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
Or 2 different types of heals and a damage dealer, something like that. Alright, there's that quest. Yep. Now we go turn everything in. And then we'll get the Gnomish Tools. I keep calling it Gnomish Tools. It's not really what it is, but it's where you go get the tools. And then...
From the wreckage.
Yep, that one, from the wreckage. And then I go do that, and then go do, what's that quest called? Echoes of Hirasuta. And then there's also the quest from the guy that's right outside of that cave. So there's those 3 quests, and that completes everything on that side of the map. Then I go do the 2 Harpies quests. Because I get the Queen's quest to kill the Harpies, but then I also run up and grab the Goblin's quest to get the satchels. Because I can do both of those at the same time. I also get What's-Her-Face for the crocodiles, and then I get Fizzle, Dark Claw, or Dark Cloud, or whatever his name is.
Fizzle Claw.
Yeah. And by doing both of, or by ending with his quest, I can teleport using Hearthstone or whatever from down there, so I don't have to try and run out. And then I just run and turn everything else in, and then get the next Harpy quest. That's how I've been leveling. I have no idea where you went. Oh, you're doing the drinks.
Yeah.
I just looked at the mini map and it looked like you were on top of the hill. I was like, I don't know what quest you're doing over there, dude. But it's definitely not a quest I have.
Yes, it is. 100% you have that quest.
There's level 11. There's that. Okay, so I've turned in everything and I've collected everything. So now the quest that I have is Shinies that still needs to be turned in, Admiral's Orders, that takes you to Orgrimmar, Dark Storms, Echoes of Hirasuta from the Wreckage, and then the one that wants us to die.
Sounds like some family members I have.
Agreed. Alright, there we go. Boom. Then Shinies. There we go. Okay, do I have anything I can learn? Tail Sweep, which is Lure, which is meh. Venom Fang, which is meh. I learned Shadara's Prayer and Prayer Beads. Prayer to Shadow in honor of the Venom cult, allowing you to bring a dead ally back to life. Lure is a pointless thing, and so is the Tail Wag one. Okay. I am good to go do these last 3 quests, because I think... I don't know. We'll see. But we're going to be cutting it close after this, I think. Yeah. Yep. On to go swimming. Ooh. And now I have my spell Wilt, because I forgot to go put the level 11 point in. So at level 11, I get a skill called Wilt, costs 19 mana. Wilt the life of an enemy with vile poison, dealing 90 nature damage over 18 seconds. Wait, did you just hit 11? Oh, no, you... I don't know why it made it look like you just leveled.
I just applied the point. So level
Oh,
11.
what'd you get for 11?
Ale of the God King. Empower your next 10 melee attacks to deal additional frost damage based on attack power and agility, chaining to nearby enemies. Lasts 20 seconds.
Nice. So you're an agility build then.
Yep. And I can wear leather armor now.
Nice. I was reading a thing about D&D, and it says, could you imagine being an NPC in a D&D environment where, you know, typically if somebody's wearing cloth and they're in combat, they're squishy because they're usually a spellcaster. But then you see somebody running at you at Mach, oh my god, wearing cloth armor and only has fists. Because they're talking about monks. And I'm just like, I can see that. You're you know, a foot soldier for the BBEG, and you're so used to, mages and warlocks and whatnot, and they're all cloth wearers. And you're like, oh, these guys are squishy. There's nothing scary about them. And then you just see this guy booking it as fast as he can at you. And then, yeah. Let's see, actions of the past. I'm gonna see if I can share this so you don't have to come talk to the guy.
And then, yeah, I got it. And then he throws one punch at you, but it looks like 10 fists are coming.
Yeah, right. Flurry of blows. I gotta go into my poison form. I keep forgetting about it. Let me know when you get all yours, and I'll start collecting them. Okay, so that's an instant cast. Starts doing damage. Got it. This form should be able to climb walls. Just saying.
Alright, that's all 7 of my artifacts.
Okay, I'll start grabbing them. So basically, your guy has now gotten a skill that turns him into a frost DPS.
Pretty much.
Nice. And there's all 7 of mine. Go ahead. Whee! Yeah, could you imagine if I could just scale walls? As long as there's like a ledge or something above it. Ooh, what are you fighting? We don't need to go any further that way. I don't know if he can hear me. Oh, nope. He's completely muted again. And he's still going the wrong way. I can see you. Build tankard. Tankard is completely full. Grizzly meal. Time is money, friend. Alright, so we're going to go turn these in. Worst case scenario, he can just hearth back to Razor Hill. It's not that big of a deal. But we will go turn these in, see what level we are. And we are 15 minutes left. I think. Yeah. So we may go ahead and just call it, because there's no way that this guy's going to gain another 3 levels between now and 15 minutes from now. So you guys can see that, yes, we're able to clear quests faster as a group, but we do lose XP as a group, which is kind of a bummer, honestly. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you know, like if I'm clearing quests faster, but only losing, 20% XP, whatever it is, then I'm okay with that. Simply because I'm going to still get to the level I want, but I'm going to be able to complete more quests, which means if I wasn't using heirloom gear, I would be getting more gear, possibly, to help my build faster. If I'm out doing, professions, I'm going to be able to get my professions done faster. Let's just sell everything. So yeah, there's a lot of benefit, in my opinion, to being with someone else in your party, whether that's one person, 2 people, a whole group, as long as you're not doing a raid, because then you can't do quests. There's a huge benefit to being in a party. And that's strictly the fact that you're going to be able to level maybe a little slower, but you're also going to be completing the dungeons faster, getting better gear. If you're working on professions and you assign somebody a profession for the team, then it's, you're able to really start honing in on how to quickly get up there in levels anyway. Like Devin and I were going to go, hey, I'm going to make this my main, you're going to make whatever your main, then we would be doing professions at the same time so that we would level up faster. And whatever. But yeah, so the thing is when you're going to be in a team, yes, you're going to get XP a little bit slower. But you're also going to be able to get other things done to make up for that XP. If I'm soloing, I'm not going to worry about professions unless it's a profession that I can do while I'm questing, like tailoring and enchanting. Both of those I can do while I'm questing, because I'm going to get the materials to do the tailoring, and then I can break down the stuff that I don't want to wear or won't sell well on the market while doing tailoring. So there's things like that. And so there's a lot of benefit to solo, and there's a lot of benefit to being in a group. Me personally, I like to be in a group, especially since this is technically an MMO. But when there are times that you're going to be by yourself, there you go. But I'm going to go ahead and call it here, guys. It's a little earlier than the 2-hour mark, but I don't see us getting to level 14 or even 15 or higher in the amount of time we have left. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to take a little bit of break to kind of reset for myself. We may stream again tonight. I'm not 100% positive on that yet. I want to see what the fam's doing. But tomorrow, we will be streaming probably. I'm not 1,000% sure yet on that either, but I will try to get something up tomorrow. If we do stream tomorrow, the challenge for tomorrow is to finish the other builds. We have the Primalist, we have the Chronomancer, we have the Fellsworn, and we have the Witch Doctor. So 4 builds left to go, and we will have completed all of them, and then from there we will pick our main. But I will catch you heroes in the next ones. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for saying hello. Sorry, Streamlabs had a conniption earlier, and I think it kicked everybody, but there is that. But I will see you guys in the next one. Be safe, be blessed, have a great holiday, and as always, stay legendary. Peace out, heroes.